I'd like to call to order the November 7th, 2023 Audit and Finance Committee for Charleston County School District. I hope everybody's had a chance. Moving on to item 1B to review the agenda. Is there any discussion regarding the agenda? And I'd like to move to vote to approve the agenda as written. All in favor, say aye.
Second.
Second.
Aye.
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 Any nays? Hearing none, the agenda is adopted as written. I hope everybody's had a chance to review the minutes of the October 3rd, 2023 meeting. Are there any comments regarding those minutes? Hearing none, I'd like to move for a motion to approve the minutes of October 3rd, 2023 meeting as written.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
None. The minutes are approved as written. On to information item 2A, the procurement agreed upon procedure AUP audit results. Ms. Carlin.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. We have Emily Sobchak here with us today from Reconvened Colley that will be presenting the procurement agreed upon procedures as well as the preliminary financial reports on the FY23 audit.
Please grace us with your appearance.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon. I'm Emily Sobchak. I'm with Reconvened Colley.
Can everybody hear her? Sorry. You may need to project into the microphone.
Sorry.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Is that better?
Better.
I'm Emily Sobchak with Reconvened Colley. I'm here to present first the results of the procurement agreed upon procedures for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2023. So before I get into the results, it's important to understand that an agreed upon procedures engagement is different from our financial statement audit engagement. The purpose of the agreed upon procedures is to comply with the state law, which requires the district to have these procedures performed each year to test the district's compliance with the procurement code. These procedures are determined by the state Fiscal Accountability Authority, and again, they are performed annually. So here we look at some differences between an audit and the agreed upon procedures. When we perform these AUPs, we're not providing an opinion or providing any assurance. We're simply performing the procedures as designed by the state. It's also important to understand that when it comes to the audit or the AUPs, we remain independent of the district. The procedures that we performed are included on the state's website. I've provided a link if you'd like to review those. But some examples of procedures performed include reviewing 55 procurements of supplies, services, IT, and consultants. We reviewed 3 major construction procurements as well as 2 A&E procurements. We also reviewed 12 sole source procurement transactions. We looked at the procurement card transactions, including 2 months of activity. In reviewing those 2 months of activity, we perform a number of different procedures. For example, we check for what's called splitting. So that is what happens if someone uses their card, runs it twice to split a single procurement into 2 transactions in order to circumvent your competition thresholds. We also review 25 individual transactions. And so we review supporting documentation for those transactions. We verify that the monthly statements were reviewed and reconciled, and that everything was properly approved. We also reviewed 25 direct expenditure vouchers, 7 procurement ratifications, and 4 surplus property sales. One of the procedures that the state asks us to perform is to review your minority business enterprise goal, as well as the results. For the fiscal year 2023, your goal percentage was 10%, which equated to about 37 million in procurements. The results of the Minority Business Enterprise Plan for fiscal 23 have not yet been presented to the board, but Mr. Craven has prepared draft results which show about 31% for fiscal 23. We have two findings to report related to these procedures. The first is related to the reporting of the MBE plan. That plan, so the plan for the upcoming fiscal year is required to be presented to the board at the first board meeting on or after July 30th, which would have been August 8th, 2022 for fiscal year 2023. However, the plan was not presented until September 26th, 2022. So out of compliance with that timeline. Also, as I mentioned, the results of the plan have not yet been presented to the board, and the procurement code requires that those results be presented within 30 days of year end. On about maybe his second or third day in the office, we met with Mr. Craven to discuss these results. And so, like I said, I know that this is on his to-do list. The second finding is related to section 2440, which provides guidance related to reporting of sole source and emergency procurements. The director of procurements is required to present to the superintendent a detail of all sole source and emergency procurement transactions semi-annually. When we reviewed the reports submitted, we identified one emergency procurement transaction that was not included in the report that was submitted to the superintendent. That transaction appeared to be appropriate. It was for emergency repairs related to Hurricane Ian. However, it was not included in that summary report. We can go to the next slide. So that brings me to the end. Like I said, we're performing the procedures as identified by the state. And so, of course, if we had performed additional procedures or if we had expanded sample sizes, there may have been things that came to our attention that we would have reported to you. Does anybody have any questions?
I will open the floor to the committee for questions.
Yes, I have two questions. The first question I would have were all the chosen procedures that y'all looked at, were they at random aside from the cost splitting?
So you're asking if the sample sizes we selected were random?
Yes.
For the most part, yes. There are certain areas where the state asks us to look at maybe some of the largest procurements. And so we would kind of call those key items. And then when we're actually just sampling the remaining population, yes, we do that on a random basis.
All right. And my second question would be for the out of compliance for the board presentations. Why were those out of compliance? I guess that would be for Ms. Carlin, but then also, what are the consequences for us being out of compliance with that?
My understanding is that the reason that for the reporting of the MBE results, the reason that y'all were not in compliance is because that position, the director of procurements, was vacant after fiscal year end.
And are there any consequences for being out of compliance?
Not that I'm aware of. We are required to submit these results to the state, and so the state reviews them each year. My understanding is that if there is repeated non-compliance, then there may be some state consequences. But as for the results of this year, I don't anticipate any coming from the state.
Okay, so we weren't out of compliance over the last couple of years. It was just this year that was an anomaly.
Yes.
Trying to put those two words together. Thank you.
So is there no requirement for monitoring your MBE plans throughout the year? I see that the requirement is only to submit an annual report. So what happens at the end of the year if you haven't met your goal?
Sure.
So how's that monitored throughout the year?
The procurement code requires that there also be a semi-annual report provided to the superintendent. And then otherwise, my understanding is that it's the responsibility of the procurement director to be monitoring those results throughout the year and adjusting procedures as considered necessary to meet the plan.
So on the requirement to submit semi-annual reports to superintendent for sole source emergency procurements, you have 3 items that's included on there: contractor name, the amount of the contract, and a listing of supply services. Is there not a requirement to have a justification of how that constitutes a sole source or an emergency?
Yes, each sole source or emergency procurement, there is a form that has to be completed and approved. And yes, on that form for each individual transaction, there is the requirement to include the justification. In the summary results that are presented to the superintendent, I don't believe that that is required for each transaction.
So are you the one evaluating that the sole source justifications and emergency procurements were adequate? So I'm trying to see the significance of this report going to the superintendent without a justification.
I think that the superintendent could certainly request additional information if there were any transactions included in that report that appeared unreasonable or questionable.
And then on your P card transaction purchases, the universe that you use, is that the entire universe for every P card that's held by every school, or is it just the central?
No, these procedures are performed over the full total population of all procurement cards held by the district.
Okay. And so what was the dollar value, do you know, of your universe for your P card?
I don't know that off the top of my head, but I could certainly find that for you.
Okay.
Ms. Carlin, would that be 2,500?
No, I'm talking about the total value of the universe of all the
Oh, the
purchases.
universal. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. So the procurement ratifications, who's authorized to ratify? I believe these are unauthorized procurements.
That's
that
right.
we're talking about. So who's authorized to ratify those procurements?
I believe that's the superintendent.
Okay.
Can you
Mr.
share
Griffin?
with us any observations you have about, you described that the scope of the procurement work that you did was based in line with the government requirements. Are there other districts, or have we in the past done different procurement procedures, or how does this process compare to either the past or other districts, both in terms of your process as well as the general findings? Are we stronger or weaker than our peers? Are we better or worse than the past? Can you give some color on that?
Great question. So typically what we see is that districts will have, these state required procedures performed each year. And then if there is an area of concern, whether through these procedures or through other policies and procedures of the district, if there are areas of concern, then oftentimes, yes, our recommendation would be to have additional procedures performed similar to what was done last year when the 5230 issues were identified, you had some, kind of more of a deep dive. These are really just scratching surface level. And so if you were concerned about an area, then we would recommend more thorough procedures be performed.
But that's usually because there's some area of concern that's come out of your work or from some other direction.
It could be either internally or through our work. I know that the district has also had some outsourced internal audit procedures performed in the past. And so that's another way that you can kind of cycle through different departments and, do a little bit of a deeper dive each year.
And how would you say we're doing compared to peers?
I think that the district is, on top of things. And I think that y'all do a good job of bringing in third parties when needed. So
I guess what I mean is, do you have more or less findings? I know it's putting you on the spot, but in general, do you find more findings at other districts or more findings at our district?
It varies quite a bit from district to district and from year to year. So
Thanks.
Mhm.
Hazel?
When it comes to auditing, it really is the luck of the draw. It's like you could get a good sample and everything is looking good. You can get a sample that maybe highlights more problems, but it really depends on that universe size as well.
As I understand it, these are all state mandated sample sizes.
That's correct.
So as I'm looking at it it's saying 2 months of activity, 25 individual transactions. It sounds so small.
Like I said, I think that the state's goal is to just touch on different areas without being overly burdensome to districts. And, and the hope is that if there are pervasive problems that they will show up. But I agree that in some cases, the sample sizes are quite small.
And Ms. Carlin, you can correct me because I know a lot has happened in the last couple of months since the outside audit came in, and we've enacted an awful lot of whole new policy. On our new policy, did we amend any of our procurement practices from prior years?
Yeah, so they're not policies, they're actually procedures.
Procedures.
And yes, so when Malden and Jenkins was brought in to start the second phase of their work, which we're calling it the transformation process, they are currently working with staff now and looking at different processes and procedures that are in place that are either one, not working or not being done, or two, need to be updated. And so we can certainly, put something together and bring that back to Audit and Finance Committee to, make you aware of those changes that have been made or in the process of being made.
I think that would be good.
I agree.
And I think, I mean, one of the, I guess, interesting things about auditors and having auditors on the outside, I know we spoke, I guess, a couple of months ago when we started talking about the scope of the audit. And I know that it's routine practice at times to bring auditors back in when you have an area of concern. And I have a major area of concern involving ESSER. Now, Ms. Carlin, maybe you can update us as to how that audit is going, or whether we are auditing that, or whether we need to bring our auditors back in to start looking at it almost immediately.
So as far as the ESSER audit that's currently being conducted across all three funds, they are in the midst of reviewing data right now. Staff has done a great job of providing all of the information that they've requested. We do monthly touch points just to see how things are going. My touch point with them was last Friday. Didn't hear of anything that was surprising, but they were actually getting ready to start looking at P-card charges that they wanted to get some more information on. Their plan is to bring the full report to Audit and Finance and the board in December. So it's moving along fairly well at this point.
And what's the name of that firm?
So the ESSER audit is being conducted under the uniform guidance. I mean, they have the single audit here, but under the uniform guidance. So the ESSER is considered a major program. So the federal government has outlined the compliance audit for that. So that's the audit that's currently ongoing, correct, Ms. Carlin? Or is they're not doing the uniform guidance audit of ESSER?
I don't know about the uniform guidance. I can get more information on that and share that with you. I know that they are following the guidelines that other districts are having to follow for these ESSER funds. So it could be that. That has not been brought up in any of our conversations.
So I'm looking at and it's part of the financial audit. So maybe when we get to that, but it says under compliance that the single audit was required for fiscal year 2023. And then under that, there are bullets and I just took this to mean that those are the major programs under that's being conducted, and ESSER is one of them. And
So
that's where the testing is near completion. So it's a separate audit from the financial audit.
yes, it is. And you have to recall, we asked them to come in based upon some concerns that Mr. Grabowski had, as well as other board members, about the way the ESSER funds were being spent. And so Dr. Gallion met with this firm. Unfortunately, I wasn't present for that meeting to talk about the different things that needed to be reviewed. And so I don't have a whole lot of information that I can offer on this point, but I can certainly speak with Mr. Austin about this and get more information for Audit and Finance Committee as well as the board. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Yes, this is different than the single audit that's being done. This is completely in-house that we requested at the advisement of Mr. Grabowski and other board members.
And I would assume that this would be reviewed by Mr. Kennedy and his staff as part of this new committee that you put together.
And the name of that firm is Fraser and Dieter. Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
While before we move forward, the sample size that we have, do they vary, and with other districts, do they vary by the size of the district? So as Mr. Grabowski was talking about, say we would have 25 or 50 or so, say would another district have a lower amount of the sample size, or with being a smaller district, and Greenville and Charleston will have a larger size? Or is it just across the board, we will all have the same sizes?
The state has prepared a single AUP form program. And so the sample sizes are the same for all districts, but I will caveat that with the only districts that are required to have these additional procurement procedures performed are those with budgets greater than 75 million. And so the smallest districts would not require the procedures.
All right. Thank you.
And I know there had been just some discussion with you and me, Ms. Carlin, about how we had talked about Mr. Craven was looking at the actual size of our procurement, and there are attempts into reining it in and possibly reducing the number of P cards that we have out there. So not that I think that has any direct effect on this year's audit, but it does show that there is some progressive thought process going through with looking at these sizes.
Yes, sir. And Mr. Craven and I have not even had a chance to touch any of that at this point in his first 60 days. So, but yes, it is on our agenda of items to discuss.
And I think that's what we do have to remember. This is his first 60 days and his picking up after an interesting audit, which outlined some of these deficiencies that we already are talking about. So anyway, any further questions from the committee? Hearing none, we will move on to the next phase.
Great.
Preliminary financial audit results.
Thank you. So The next presentation I'll give is, again, on the preliminary financial audit results. We are in the process of completing the audit for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2023. But in the interest of giving you these results as timely as possible, we are presenting them as preliminary now, and then we will come back with a final report for the board in December. When it comes to the financial statements of the district, all of the information included in your financial report is the responsibility of the district. And so it's important that you have good policies and procedures in place, including strong internal controls to mitigate the risk of misstatement in that information. We want the board and management to be able to rely on the financial information that's presented throughout the year, in addition to year-end for audit purposes. Our responsibility as your auditor is to audit the financial information provided and issue an opinion based on our audit. Like I said, we have not yet finalized the report. However, at this time, I do feel confident that we will be issuing an unmodified opinion. That opinion provides reasonable assurance that the financial statements are materially correct. So when we were talking about the procurement agreed upon procedures, I noted that we don't provide assurance in that type of engagement. But for an audit, we are providing reasonable assurance, which is a high level of assurance, but it's not absolute because we aren't looking at every single transaction that occurred during the year. Rather, we're using professional judgment as well as materiality in determining our audit procedures. As part of the audit process, we are required to obtain an understanding of internal controls. We typically do that by performing walkthroughs of significant audit processes. We also design our audit based on a risk assessment that's performed so that we're performing more procedures or testing larger samples in areas that have higher risk. And we're required to obtain sufficient evidence in order to express our opinion on your financial statements. So let's look at your financial results for the general fund. Remember, your fund level statements focus on current assets and current liabilities. And so your fund balance is your current assets less your current liabilities. What do you have left over? Total fund balance for the district increased by $27.3 million to $186.3 million as of June 30th. Included in that fund balance is we have several different classifications. The first is your non-spendable fund balance of $11.5 million. That consists primarily of prepaid insurance premiums. We then have committed fund balance of $88 million. Included in that commitment is about $78 million in operating reserves. That represents 1.5 months of operating expenditures in accordance with board policy. We also have $10 million in ESSER stabilization funds. So those were committed by the board. When looking at your commitments versus the next classification of assignments, it's important to note that a commitment requires board action in order to place that commitment or to remove it. Assignments can be made by management. So assigned fund balance totaled $42.3 million as of June 30th. Included in that is about $14.5 million that was used to balance your fiscal 24 budget. And then we also have about $28 million in additional ESSER stabilization funds. So after we remove those designated amounts, we're left with your unassigned fund balance of $44.5 million. We like to compare that to your operating expenditures to gauge how healthy of a position that is. And we're looking about 6.5% of your fiscal 2024 budgeted expenditures in your unassigned fund balance. We provide the recommendation from the Government Finance Officers Association. They recommend maintaining unrestricted fund balance of at least 2 months of operating expenditures, or roughly 17%. The district has a requirement that you have committed 1.5 months of operating expenditures, and your unassigned can go no lower than 1/2 of a month, or about 4.2%. And so, as you can see, you are in compliance with that requirement.
So just to be clear, the requirement's 4%, but the recommendation's 16%.
So that recommendation is for unrestricted. And so you have 1.5 months in your committed and 1/2 month in unassigned. So you do have a total. When we talk about unrestricted, we're talking about third-party restrictions. So, so you actually have a little more than 2 months total when we look at your committed operating reserve and your unassigned.
So sorry. So what's our percentage relative to there was 16.7% recommendation?
It would be about 18.5%. Mhm. When we look at your fund balance, there's a number of reasons why it's important to maintain a healthy level of fund balance. We are measuring fund balance as of June 30th. And so, as you know, your most significant revenue source, your property tax revenues, aren't going to start coming in usually until about January. And so having fund balance helps to meet your cash flow needs in the second half of the year. We also want to have more flexibility in determining future discretionary funding. That's especially important in the current year and in the next few years when ESSER funding will run out. We've got about one more year that will have ESSER funding remaining. And then there will likely be many different programs or personnel that you have funded through ESSER funds that you would love to continue to fund. And so having some of these commitments and assignments of fund balance will allow you to bridge that gap when the ESSER funding runs out. But I would caution you to remember that fund balance is a non-recurring revenue source. And so while we may be able to continue those programs for another year, eventually you will need to find other funding sources should you wish to continue them. It's also, again, important to remember that because it is a non-recurring funding source, fund balance should not be used to fund future recurring expenditures. So we'll now look at your general fund activity for the year. We have total revenues of $658.4 million. That was a 12% increase from the prior year, as you saw increases in both your property tax revenues and your state revenues. You also came in better than budget by about 6%. And in addition to your operating revenues, we have transfers in of $20 million, including $12.2 million in EIA funding and $7.8 million in indirect costs recovered from special revenue funds and food service. Your general fund expenditures totaled $648.2 million for the year. That was an increase of 9% from the prior year, and you came in just under budget by about 1%. When we look at your expenditures, I note there that the large majority of your expenditures, as we know, are in personnel. And so typically when you see changes in your expenditures growing or shrinking, that is due to personnel decisions. And so it's important to keep in mind when we go into the next budget season. We'll now look at your other funds, starting with your special revenue fund. Your special projects fund is used, that's where the majority of your federal funding is reported. That fund had a fund balance of $15.4 million, including $4.2 million that's restricted for student activities and an additional $11.2 million in assigned for special programs. As I note there, the revenues for that fund totaled a little over $180 million, and a little more than half of that is related to your ESSER funding. Your EIA fund is used to report the state EIA revenues. Those totaled $33.3 million for the year. And your EIA fund does not report fund balance because any unspent funds are required to either be carried over to the next year if that is allowable, or if not, then they have to be returned to the state. And then we have your food service fund. That fund carried $6 million in fund balance at year end. And the food service fund revenues totaled about $30 million. And those were largely consisting of federal reimbursements. Next is your capital projects district fund. That fund had approximately $171.1 million in fund balance at year end, all of which is restricted for capital projects. Your capital projects fund is where we report the local 1% sales tax revenues, which are restricted for capital projects. We then have your debt service district fund. This fund reported a deficit fund balance as of June 30th as a result of reporting the $62.8 million in outstanding bans. When we look at your fund level reporting, we do not report long-term obligations, but because your bond anticipation notes do have a shorter maturity, those are required to be reported as liabilities. We then report your debt service C fund that had a fund balance of approximately $550,000. And the debt service payments of that fund of $37.3 million were funded through the proceeds of those bond anticipation notes. So in addition to your fund level reporting, we also prepare government-wide financial statements where we do report your long-term assets and long-term obligations. So looking at your capital assets totaled 1.7 billion as of June 30th. That was an increase from the prior year of about 8.5 million as a result of total capital asset additions of 67.6 million, exceeding your depreciation expense of 51.8 million and net disposals of 6.7 million. We do also note that we have construction commitments as of June 30th of 49 million. Next, we'll look at your long-term debt. You have total long-term debt of 446.3 million as of June 30th. That was a decrease from the prior year of 48 million, and that decrease was directly related to your scheduled principal payments. There were no issuances of new long-term debt during the current year. However, we did issue some short-term bond anticipation notes. Those totaled 185.2 million, and those are reported in the Capital Projects Fund and the Debt Service District Fund. And then we have your compensated absences. That's your earned but unused vacation leave, which totaled 7.1 million as of June 30th. So in addition to your more traditional long-term obligations, your debt, we also continue to report your net pension and net OPEB liabilities. These liabilities relate to your participation in the state retirement system and the state retiree healthcare plan. These are not direct liabilities of the district. Rather, they represent your proportionate share of the total unfunded actuarial liabilities of the plan. And so while the liabilities are large, they don't have a direct impact on your operating budget or your cash flows. What does have a direct impact on both your operating budget and your cash flows is what you are required to pay, which is the employer contributions at the rates mandated by the state. Those rates have been consistently increasing for many years now. We had a rate of 17.5% for fiscal 23. That was an increase of 1% from fiscal 22. And we have now increased again to 18.5% for fiscal 24. We do expect that rate to remain at 18.5% for the foreseeable future. But that is, when we're looking at your budget and how much of it is related to personnel, incorporating these increases in your budget is going to be very important, and it's an important factor in making personnel decisions going forward as well. So we do perform a single audit each year. That's the additional compliance audit that's required by the federal government. We audited 2 major programs this year, the USDA, which is the Child Nutrition Program, as well as the ESSER program. And while our results aren't final, at this time, we have not identified any findings related to your single audit. To the question that was posed earlier, yes, the single audit is performed in accordance with the uniform guidance. The additional procedures that are being performed by Fraser and Dieter are in addition and are an expanded version of these procedures that are required by the federal government. We do have one financial statement finding to report this year, and that's related to cutoff. We were required to make a significant audit adjustment to accrue legal expenses back to fiscal 23. The legal settlement was not finalized until fiscal 24, but accounting standards require us to report those expenses in fiscal 23 since they related to matters that occurred prior to year end. In addition to your financial report, we also issue a management letter each year. That includes required communications from us to the board and to management. And this is another area where we can report any significant recommendations that we'd like to put in writing, but that don't rise to the level of a financial statement or single audit finding. We have one matter that we include in your management letter each year, and that's related to people activity funds. And this is simply highlighting that this is a risk area, that you do have funds, as every district does. You have funds coming in the classrooms, in different schools. And so that the disaggregated nature of the cash receiving process for people activity funds does bring an inherent level of risk that we want the district to be aware of. At this time, I'm happy to answer any questions that y'all have.
Thank you
So
very much. With that being said, I will open it up to the committee for questions. Ms. Stamp.
Can someone explain why we would need 2 audits of the ESSER funds? The uniform guidance, the single audit that's being done, it's a very comprehensive audit. And so what is it that the other firm is doing in reviewing those ESSER funds that would not be accomplished under the uniform guidance?
Hi, Ms. Stipp, it's Jackie Carlin. So this
Mhm.
ties back to the question you asked earlier about what specifically is that firm looking at that I was unable to adequately answer on the spot. I imagine the ESSER fund that they are doing is going to be more detailed than than the single audit one that was just done by Green-Finney. That I know that really probably doesn't answer your question, but I will definitely dig into this further and try to provide more information on what the other firm is doing
Yeah,
with this
because
ESSER audit.
the compliance supplement covers, I mean, it's very in-depth, and I only know because I'm speaking from experience, so I can't imagine why we would need an additional audit if the single audit is being done in conjunction with the compliance supplement. So it's a little baffling why we would need 2 audits of those funds.
Yes, ma'am. I'll look into that further and follow up. Thank you.
And I think, Ms. Stamp, I think when we first started talking about this audit and the single audit that's being conducted, it's my understanding the single audit is almost like the final audit at the end of the program, and that we had been pushing for an audit to get a better understanding.
No, the single audit is annually. So, and I believe each year that the district has had these ESSER funds, they've met the requirements to comply with the single audit for that program. So, but it may be something else I don't know. But it's an audit that should be done annually if certain criteria are met, and I believe those criteria were met, that a single audit should have been done annually. So
That's
it's
accurate.
just,
Yeah, I can tell you that the ESSER fund, the ESSER program has been tested as a major program through the single audit in each year that it's been ongoing.
Mr. Calhoun, do you have any questions?
Yes, I have 2 questions. I have one that I just came up off of follow up with Ms. Stamps. Did the approval of the second audit, did that come through Audit and Finance? Did we approve that for another audit?
Yes, sir. I'm not exactly sure when, but I can
Okay.
look back and provide those details. Mhm.
Okay. And my other question for the Food Services Fund, with current legislation that may end up coming through either through federal or through state, if those do come through and relieve us of some of the funds that we're putting towards the food services funds, where would that money then go?
I'm sorry, Mr. Calhoun. I thought Emily was going to answer that, so I was making notes. I'm sorry. Could you repeat that again?
So say if some of the legislation that's up in Columbia or even with the federal government end up coming through prior to the end of fiscal year, the current fiscal year that we're in, if that relieves us of some of those funds, where would that money then go?
It would stay within that fund, the Child Nutrition Fund. So they would continue to build fund balance on those changes. Yes, sir.
Right. So we wouldn't move those anywhere else. It would just stay within that fund right there, and we can do additional programs for the students then.
As long as it stays within the child nutrition funding and we follow those funding guidelines, yes.
All right, perfect. And
so does the district have any outstanding receivables?
In the child nutrition fund?
No, not in the child, just in general. Are there any programs that you bill that we may have outstanding receivables for?
Yes, ma'am. I just don't know what those amounts are or what they're for right off the top of my head. The
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Kendi. He said they're very minimum.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, my last question would be, the legal funds that, the legal fees that we were looking at that started in 23, but then went over to 24, that would be that 7 million?
That's correct. A portion of that was finalized and paid out during fiscal 23, but about a little under 2 million wasn't finalized until fiscal 24.
Okay, so would that entire 7 million go over to 24, or would it just be that 2 million that is reported?
Actually, the entire 7 million would be reported in fiscal 23.
Okay,
And
okay,
piece of that would be in your accounts payable.
okay, cool. Thank you.
Mr. Duke? Mr. Duke, can you hear me?
Fine,
Any
thank you.
Mr. Griffin?
No, I don't have any.
Mr. Haslett? So the legal expenses went over on the 7th. There was an adjustment and we still increased the fund balance by 27. Didn't have any effect. I mean, that's the final number.
Yes, the 27 million includes the $2 million reduction that we paid into FY 24, and we're going to move it back to FY 23. Yes.
And I know we're always looking with you going backwards, but you obviously have, Shelley, you have the numbers as to what we paid, for 23, or 22, 23. I'm a little concerned on this employer increase going up 1%, 2% in 2 years. What is that exact number? I know we do it in percentages, but I know 80% of our budget being salaries. I'm assuming that 40% of that 80% is benefits.
That's correct.
So we're looking at $50 million in an increase that we've got to start looking for, versus I'm trying to see what the difference was between 22 and what we budgeted for 23. And now we have a pay raise of 5 million. I mean, not 5 million, 5,000 across the board. And then we have to look at these impact studies going forward. And I know Ms. Carlin does a great job of that and looking at that, but it seems like with your audit coming through, you've got the hard numbers now that we can really, are we feeling comfortable with the impact studies that we've done? Or is this something we have to go back and review?
Now that we have final numbers for fiscal year 23, the multi-year that we give out from time to time, it's time for now staff and I to go back and update that for FY 23, fiscal year 23, and then update based upon what we know now moving forward for the next 3 years. And that is, it's actually on our budget calendar that we're going to be discussing, but that's coming up. I believe it's January that we'll be updating that and bringing it back to Audit and Finance Committee as well as the board.
So this will be after we receive the final audit in December, and then we will revisit our impact studies in January.
Mm-hmm.
The other issue I have is really trying to understand not using fund balance for non-reoccurring expenses. And it just seems right now, as I understand your audit numbers, that we're setting aside over $48 million for a reoccurring expense out of our fund balance.
That's accurate. And so I think that the intention is that those funds will be used, over a short period as the district either identifies a funding source that will allow you to continue those programs going forward, or to reduce the level of the programs over time rather than all at once when the ESSER funds run out. But you're correct that those funds alone will not keep, the $200 million of programs that ESSER has funded. Those funds won't be recurring each year. And so the district will need to find other funding sources if those programs are to continue for the long term.
Because what concerns me is that now that large amount has a direct percentage relationship to what we're trying to cover on the 1.5 month, and that we run the risk of dipping below the 1.5 month and definitely not even close to our target amounts that we're trying to see.
And so the important thing will be that as you're budgeting, that you ensure that you don't budget beyond what has already been committed. And that, again, that can balance the budget for a single year and maybe for a couple of years, but ultimately other funding sources will be needed.
Right. So that depends. So one of the concepts on using the fund balance for ESSER stabilization is to identify programs that I consider them long-term, ongoing. Last night at the board meeting, there were a couple of examples. There were a couple of discussions I can give as an example. So one was when the academic team briefed the math results. One, they attributed the growth, the math scores growth to was professional development for teachers and school-based staff through a program called OGAP. And so we would continue investing in OGAP for some period of time so that we can have a large cadre of staff in schools trained in OGAP. And so that at some point that becomes self-sustainable. As an example from last night, the discussion with the restorative practices. So we made an investment in training staff about 3 years ago, even before the ESSER, on restorative practices development. And so one of the presenters last night mentioned a firm called the IIRP, the International Institute of Restorative Practices, that we had a contract with, and they came down from Pennsylvania, and they trained a ton of my staff on how to become trainers. And so now all of the professional development around restorative practices is done by Ms. Allison and her team, because they have been trained through some contract that we had. We no longer have to use that contract. So part of the notion of the ESSER sustainability is to address those types of things. The OGAP, Leading Educators is a firm that provides professional development. Our contract with the University of Virginia. So those types of things, so that at some point over the next 1 or 2 years after ESSER sunsets, that we would, and these ESSER sustainability funds will disappear, and we will have built up the capacity of the district to handle those types of transactions. So that's the concept. And so as my background in finance, I certainly understand and agree that we can't use these one-time revenue sources, i.e. the fund balance, for ongoing expenditures.
Because it's really just an insurance policy. I mean, I'd hate to see it all go away in 1 year and then we don't have anything. So I know Ms. Carla and I have talked about that over and over again. With that, segueing into the insurance side of it, I noticed that can you give me a dollar amount of what we were looking at in the increase of insurance policy? I know percentage wise, but it was more.
So I think we had spoken about the property and casualty insurance. And so for fiscal 23, your policy runs May to May. So the policy that primarily covered fiscal 23, we were at roughly 7 million. For fiscal 24, the premium that was paid in May of 23, that increased to about 11 million. And so that was a significant increase as you brought your coverage up to really where it needed to be. my understanding is that some reassessments needed to be done to make sure that you were properly covered. And so, of course, that resulted in a much higher bill.
Because as we go into the budget cycle, these are all very, very big numbers.
Yes, they are.
And they're all holes that weren't accounted for. I mean, that we didn't have to pay this year that we're having to move forward. So I'm looking very forward to Mr. Kennedy and his staff to really do some miracles as quickly as possible so that we can advise the board to soften the blow of some of these large numbers. Because I know Mr. Calhoun and I, when we start having to report this, these are big numbers. And, you know, granted, the biggest one is definitely our payroll. And, you know, there's going to be a lot. I know they're already talking about trying to push hard on, you know, increases on payroll. And I hope the media at one point, you know, takes some time, really looks at this to truly understand, you know, the hard work that you are doing. The staff is doing, Mr. Kennedy, you included. I mean, everyone, academics, you name it, and trying to really look at these numbers because these numbers are big. So I don't mean to ever criticize the budget as being chaos because it's not. I have full faith in Ms. Carlin, Mr. Kennedy, for the work you guys are doing. I definitely, you know, think it. But at the same time, to be fully transparent into what we're looking this year, is this isn't a learning year. We already had 1 year underneath our belt. You know, we should be able to make this as smooth as possible so we don't have 32 models. But anyway, Mr. Bowery can sit up there. Tell me how we're reducing. It looks like we're on track for reducing 48 million of debt service on capital projects. It looks like we're on track of accomplishing being debt free, and I guess those to 10 years. So I think you should all be complimented on that. You know, so any further questions from the committee? Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. I look forward to a miracle in December.
Thank you.
We will move on to the action items. First up is 3A, donation of facility for the Lucy Beckham High School. Ms. Carlin. Oh, it might, no, it might. Do I have that right? No. Mr. Bowery.
Turning this over to the proud leaders of Lucy Beckham High School.
Thank you.
Go undefeated.
So far, so good.
Yes.
Thank you for having us today. We really appreciate everyone being here. I'm actually just wanted to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to share about this unique project that Lucy Beckham is working on. I'm going to not take any time. I'm going to turn it right over to Dan Connor. This is a project that he has developed and worked through, of course, with conjunction with me, but I think he can talk way more eloquently than I can about the barn.
Mr. Connor, you really need to give some background so that we know exactly who you are and why you are such a right-hand person to this wonderful lady.
Oh, wow. Well, I'm just lucky to be there. Let's put it that way. But I have been around for a few years to garner these white hairs, but if need be, we'll talk about that later. Just want to thank everybody for hearing us out today. This is a passionate situation that we find ourselves in. Just a little history here. I came over to Beckham about 1.5 years ago with Miss Dassing, and right away, actually before I got there, I questioned her. I said, Anna, where's the wrestling room? And she said, well, we don't have one. And I said, why not? And she said, we'll build one. And so I thought that was a challenge worth taking on. We looked at our available space, which being 200 to 300 kids over as we sit today, there is no available space inside of our building to put a wrestling room. And we knew that this was, you know, going to keep going, with last year being our first year with 4 grades of kids. when we started looking at where could we put up a structure on the outside of the normal building, it quickly became apparent that it would be pretty hard to sell it to Mr. Baroy or anybody else to build a building for 40, 50 kids. And so then we started looking at our weight room. It's a beautiful weight room, and we appreciate what the district built us, but it's about 1,863 feet, and it's just too small for what we have. It's a beautiful weight room if we were a smaller school. So with that in mind, we decided, well, maybe we could turn the weight room into the wrestling room and then build a separate facility for just a weight room. Well, then this guy came from Morton Buildings, who I'll be talking about the Morton Building here in a little bit. And I walked him down there and he said, wow, he said, with being so scrunched for a classroom space, this weight room would make 2 beautiful classrooms. And I told him to bite his lip. I didn't want to hear that again, because at the time that was going to be the wrestling room. But then sleeping on it and talking to Anna about it, it became apparent that we could win. We could get a wrestling room we did not have. We could get a weight room the size that we needed for the number of athletes that we have. And we could also move in on that situation of, we have 16 traveling teachers as we speak right now that do not have a home in our school. They float around to open to teachers prep. So we could at least buy 2 classrooms back by converting the existing weight room into classrooms. So for that's program need. Let's look at the numbers. Ms. Dasky and I made a sheet here today with school comparison. Before we do this, I want to make it crystal clear. We're not jealous of anybody. We're not out after anybody. We're not saying close down what they have more than us, or we're not doing that. What we're saying is that we took the 4 other schools in our district that are comparable in size to us, schools that we compete against athletically, and in all endeavors we compete with them. And we decided to look at the numbers that they had in relationship to weight room and wrestling facilities. We did not use the other schools because, quite frankly, we have more student athletes. We have 800 plus this year. We have more student athletes than the rest of the district schools in our district have total kids, other than the 4 that we laid the comparison by. So if you take a look at us, we went through, Mr. Baroy just corrected us on our acreage because of our new baseball stadium, which is beautiful, and thank you, and our softball facility, which is located behind James B. Edwards. That adds about 10 acres. So we are roughly 54 acres, I believe, instead of the 44 that I put down. Again, I mentioned the student athletes. For those that know my history, I have a passion for Stall High School, but I also believe in comparing apples to apples. In talking with them, they have a couple hundred more kids than us, but they have 500 less student athletes than us. That is not a put down. We have more sports than them. We have 24 sports, and we have a different demographic. So I just want to make sure that we're looking inside the numbers there. Looking at the rooms there, James Island has a wrestling room. They have 3 weight rooms. How they got 3 weight rooms, I don't know, but bless them. RB Stall does have a wrestling room, and they have a weight room. I know a little about those. I was the lucky principal when we built the new Stall High School, and we fought hard to get both of those rooms. West Ashley High School has a brand new wrestling room, I believe, and they just expanded their weight room. And then Wando, where I worked for 9 years, has a wrestling room, and I was the administrator over the expansion of their weight room to 4,000 square feet that they enjoy today. I added a couple other numbers there for you because it's kids that would also be allowed to use what we're going to talk about here in a second. But we have 50 kids in ROTC, 68 kids in band, and we have a budding dance program. Miss Dassing wanted dance, but we have a lot of kids in our community that their parents provide for them to dance, and take dance lessons. So we are actually looking for a place inside of our building. We have one, but we can't really afford the space. So that's kind of a tag along with us. Going on to the packet here that Ms. Dassing, if you would please get this out, the one that's labeled the barn. Did you pass those? Okay. So we're just going to flip through this so that you get an idea of, we have program need. We're talking about space issues, numbers we just talked about. Our solution was not to come to the district and ask for, we're not asking for much. We're asking for opportunity. And looking at our facility and looking at the land that we have, we love our school. There's just not a lot of space to do anything. We looked at the bus loop. There's a big storm drain going right down the middle of it. Miss Dassing didn't want it built there anyway. And so we ended up way out. If you turn to the second page there, it's actually the third page, and you can see that orange star on the other end of our football field there. And in that area right there, it's between the football field and track, and then our 2 practice fields. So we walked off. I had actually had Mike Dellinger help me walk that off. And then Mr. Baroe had Steve Marsh get some engineers or architects out there and find out that that is the spot where we can actually put our Morton building that we refer to as the barn. And the brief history up above is the things I already talked about. The only thing I didn't talk about was that we are pretty sure that we are going to 5A. The numbers are in, and it's pretty well assured, as are the schools that we compared. Well, James Island may stay 4A, but all us, West Ashley and Wando, will all be in 5A. Looking at the safety part of this, in that weight room right now, we have 8 power stations. If you flip the page over to where it says internal inspiration, you will see there, if you look at those, there's about 8 to 10 right there. We have 8 altogether. It's very customary for coaches to have 4 kids in a group. So we have 8 stations with 4 kids. That's 32 kids. So at one time, we have 32 kids lifting weights. We have 120 football players. And without football, with just football, logistically, we have a nightmare in the summer. But then what about all the other kids? We have baseball, we have track, basketball. We have a lot of folks that want to strength train. We want to build a facility that can allow that. So when you're looking that we have 8, we're looking to at a minimum double that. And if we can, we'd like to get up to 18 or 20. It depends on that dance room that it may take up a little room if we decide to go dance room out in the barn. But we just wanted to give you a picture. There's a layout of the room. That is just us scheming a little bit. You can see the wrestling room that is 2,250 feet. Of course, we have restrooms, electrical room. After talking to BJ, he wanted me to put a little space in there for the electrical room. You'll see the turf. Our vision is to have kids pushing sleds, running with parachutes, the stuff you see when you look at big time college. And to be honest with you, if you go to the upstate of South Carolina, you'll see a lot of high school weight rooms that have things of this nature. I'm not sure about around here. In this county, I haven't seen it. You will see the changing room. We did not want a locker room out there. We want a place for kids to change clothes. My fear was that if we had a locker room out there, it would become and now I'm not one of them old stinky guys, but I didn't want it to be just a wrestling, football, He-Man area. This facility is for all kids. We are severely lacking for opportunities for our girls to strength train. And that changing room would change from season to season. In the fall, it would be used for football. In the winter, it would be used for wrestling. And in the spring, we have girls lacrosse, track, and and soccer that they're changing their clothes in a bathroom right now in the spring. So there'd be a changing room for them and we could lock it up. To the right of the changing room, you'll see the faculty fitness room. For those of you that know about Wando, Lucy kept that thing sacred and said, don't ever touch that thing. And I don't think anybody probably ever will. We want a little one, basically a glorified hotel workout room with some, you know, a little bit of free weights, couple of fitness machines, cardio, something where our teachers can go and have a separate separate entrance. They can walk in, get a workout in during their prep period or before or after school. Does wonders for staff morale to have an ability to go in there and take care of that. You also saw the cardio in there. We have roughly 437 kids in health class right now. One of our visions is to have a place where those kids can go out instead of just hearing about health, maybe have one day a week where they can go out and do health. We have worked with, we've actually talked with Tyler Sherrill, the new president of East Cooper Hospital. Ms. Dassing had him come visit us, and he was excited to help us out with equipment to look at things that we could get for that. We moved ahead here. We'll stay on that sheet there. So the barn would be 120 feet by 81. That's 9,720 square feet to cater to all Beckham athletes and fitness enthusiasts. You can see over to the right there, the wrestling room, faculty fitness, strength, cardio, very small coaching office in the wrestling room, and a very small one for our strength and conditioning coach that would be out there all the time. And as I mentioned, possibly a dance room. Looking at the Morton building, which is what we want to get, they are the only company this side of I-95 that will, they are the only ones that will build this side of I-95. At a minimum, they guarantee 150 mile per hour wind load, meaning they can withstand 150 mile per hour winds. So Morton is very well known. They've been wonderful to work with. They're waiting for us to hopefully get permission. You can see some pictures, examples of Morton buildings there. Not exactly sure how we would look, but it would be something of that nature, and it would look nice. We did work with the town of Mount Pleasant with their engineers and city planners. We have worked with Jasmine Shaw to help us with OSF, and would need her a lot more in the future if allowed. I mentioned Mike Dellinger. He came out and helped us with, you know, if we would be going over the any sprinklers. And then, of course, Steve Marsh came out, as well as Mr. Baroe. So our goal is to allow all students, future Olympians to Special Olympians, to have a space to train with integrity and become involved in their fitness community. We have a very loved group of special needs kids that we take a lot of pride in, and they'll be out there working as well, as long as our band, which is 68 members strong and placed in their very first state marching band competition 2 weeks ago. We have ROTC kids, about 50, that will be out there using this. And anything and everything, for everything that we list today, I'm sure some new things will pop up, but when we say this is for all kids, that's exactly what we mean. So in conclusion, what we're looking for is allow us to go after this. We're not asking for the money. We're asking for the opportunity to go to our community to raise this money so that we can build a facility that will help us stay competitive with the schools our size in our district, but outside of that, with the rest of the state and nation as well in mind. Questions, please.
Open it up to the committee. Are there any questions? Ms. Stamp?
Yes. Go ahead, Ms. Stamp.
Okay, so beyond, is there an analysis that you've done? I see some estimates of costs, say for custodial and utilities, but have you put together what the future costs to the district would be beyond those 3 years? Like replacement, equipment would have to be replaced. I don't know the life of some of the equipment that you're talking about, but what's the life of these equipment? What's the maintenance? I don't see any provisions for maintenance of these equipment. And the custodial, is that a full-time custodial position or is that a part-time at $19,000 per year?
So I can answer that, Mr. Connor. So the utility and custodial costs would be, they were based on square footage. We'd have to take a look at, related to custodial, how many custodians are at Beckham, and it would be worked into the equations. We pay by square footage. It wouldn't be a full-time dedicated person, but it would be an additional effort required. So if I can just continue on, Ms. Stamp, with the rest of your questions, there has not been, from my perspective, a long-term cost put to this. It's well beyond 5 years for recapitalization. You know, if you're looking at replacing a roof, replacing doors, and that goes beyond most of the estimates we have in the district at this point. So we didn't include it in this analysis.
Okay. So before this project kicks off, would all
is going to address the equipment. With the part of the equipment from our existing weight room would go out there, and then we are looking to raise the money to fund everything with this facility, and that includes everything inside of it and the maintenance of the stuff inside of the facility.
So would the costs have to be in hand before this project is kicked off?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And the conversion of the classrooms, would that be a district expense, or would that be included in as part of this?
That would be a district expense, but it is an expense that we would take on no matter what. As Ms. Dassing and Mr. Connor mentioned, they are over capacity now. If they continue to remain over capacity, it's our responsibility to create classrooms, whether they be with mobile units or, in this case, returning this. It's essentially a double-sized classroom into from the weight room into classroom. So we would take on that responsibility as the district, and we would be doing that anyways with mobile units.
Can you comment on the longer term plan as it relates to dealing with the overcapacity issue, and in part, does the use of this site in this way in any way compromise whatever your plans might be for addressing that?
So we, as the district
staff. Can you repeat the question, please? Couldn't hear him.
Right. Sorry. The question is, it was raised that the issue of the overcapacity, situation at this campus. So my question was, what are the longer term plans to address that from a classroom perspective, especially, and then relatedly, does the use of this portion of the site for this purpose in any way compromise whatever that long term plan is?
Those are two good questions. I don't think it will compromise future use of this property. Related to the overcrowding, we are waiting for equilibrium. It's a brand new school. We were 80 below enrolled. We were 80 below the projected enrollment this year. So that to me is an indicator right there. We need to wait and see how this school plays out. We did have more students than we expected to start with, and we are now having less students than we expected, as evidenced by the projected enrollment being higher than actual. So I think we need to wait another 2 years to see where that plays out. And one of the potential options, obviously, I'm going to say obviously, but to strongly consider would be to look at the zoning with Wando High School. Right now, Wando is below capacity, and that could always be considered as an option to, if we determine that it's a long-term problem.
Is there any scenario where you would consider building more on campus? And I know we're projecting a lot of things that we don't know yet, but if so, if you were forced to build on site, would you presumably be taking up parking and then pushing parking out there? Like how would you accommodate that with this site in mind?
There was not an intention to expand on this site permanently. When you look at their big box spaces, their media center, their cafeteria, their gymnasium, the spaces are designed for the capacity of 1482. So if we go much beyond what we have with trailers right now, I think we're compromising the rest of the facility for, you know, having the capability to provide the proper support for all the students. So I don't think we would ever consider expanding beyond the trailers that we have there now.
Thank you.
Mr. Calhoun, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I have a few. So off jump, Mr. Barori, your motion is to, well, your recommendation is to approve this, correct?
I'm actually carrying the water here for my former boss, Dr. Gallion, supported this project. He asked that the utility cost and the custodial cost for 3 years be included in this package. And so it was presented to him before he left. He supported it, and I'm carrying through with that recommendation. I do agree that looking at the number of athletes that they have and the programs that they have in place, that they are short in a number of areas, including wrestling, including the weight room. And so when you look at across the board for Lucy Beckham, that is something that those students do deserve. Now, what this creates is the need to analyze all of our other schools. Because
that was my next question.
Right. Because and I see you're heading down that road, and rightfully so, we do have to take that into consideration. A subsequent presentation in this audit and finance from Mr. Hamer will be for a gap analysis for our other schools, mostly centered on outside amenities. We have not done a full weight room and wrestling room analysis to see where we fall across the district, but this clearly would be a game changer along those lines. One of the things that Dr. Gallion also mentioned to me in this review was there is no reason why we shouldn't consider looking for partners in other schools for such a project. Lucy Beckham is fortunate to have a pretty unique community where I'm sure that they will have a lot of individual donors contributing to this project. We have in other areas of the district some significant corporate capabilities. And so his thought was to look for other entities to be part of this if we move forward with this concept across the district.
Yeah. So you actually hit on my very next question, but before I move over to that part, Ms. Huggins, what do you believe should happen with this?
Thank you, Mr. Calhoun. I concur with Mr. Baroi's contention that we support the prior recommendation. Mr. Baroi, Dr. Gallion, and I met as a team to discuss this, knowing the unique challenges at Beckham. We do ask the board for such consideration.
All right, and so getting back to Beckham, so if we convert the weight room that we have now into 2 classrooms, will we require, or not require, but will we need extra FTEs for that? Not for custodial or whatnot, but as far as teachers or anything of that nature?
I was just going to say there'll be 2 lucky floating teachers that 2 of the 16 will be lucky to get a classroom.
Okay. So we won't need any extra FTEs going into the actual building. Also with that, if we did make this conversion, how many trailers do we have out there now?
We have 8 rooms in a single trailer complex.
Single trailer. Would that decrease the need of that trailer?
I think right now the answer to that would be no. I'm sure if I didn't say no, Principal Dassig would be in my ear right away because of the number of floating teachers they have. So if they had no floating teachers, I would agree that we could probably lose some of our trailer capacity out there, but with the floating teachers, we'd prefer to keep those in place, 16, and give 2 of the 16 a permanent classroom.
Okay. And this is my last question. We can move forward with the, I know from the presentation, I can see that we have not actually approached anyone yet. Has anyone approached us as far as giving towards the money needed towards building this facility?
Mr. Calhoun, I do believe that conversations have been had between the principal based on discussions we've had and the foundation, the Lucy Beckham Foundation, about support. Is that accurate, Ms. Dassing, Mr. Connor?
Yeah, we've had some preliminary discussions, wondering if this happens, but we're basically waiting, we're in permission seeking mode right now before we get too involved, but we're hopeful.
Right. So, and I'm asking that question because, when we get donations in, I would like to know before we even get into the long term of it, would there be some type of cost sharing that we would have to come into, or would this just be, and what would they want in return for us actually approving them giving us the money to come and do this type of relationship?
I don't really understand your question, sir.
I think that this would be a fundraising effort on behalf of the school or the foundation. Contributions would be like donation to a 501c3. And so donors could use this for tax exempt purposes. I don't believe that contributors that the Beckham team has would need to exchange any goods or services for any sort of donation they might receive to the foundation for the purpose of this this physical structure. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, because I'm really looking at if somebody say, all right, we want to do this type of donation, if
Sure.
they want us to do some type of cost sharing relationship, and we wouldn't really look into that, or even say, all right, we give y'all this, we will want this in exchange. So if it's just purely donation going to Lucy Beckham, the foundation, and then the foundation would give to the I was about to say the college. I've got to figure where I'm at right now. Give to the district, then that's where we're looking at.
Spot on. There's not an expectation of cost sharing from the team, from what I understand.
Because this looks like this is more just the foundation's being used for the capital purposes. And then what the district is being asked for is for the operational overhead expenses moving forward once the building's built.
But presumably you would have to come back to this committee for approval once the money was raised to approve the building itself and the commitment to the actual ongoing operating expenses. No? Or is this
Right. I would not anticipate coming back if everything went as planned. If everything went as planned, I don't think additional approval would be required from the board or even staff, as long as everything was aligned.
So I'm presuming then that the entity or entities that raise the money will hold that money until there's adequate enough to actually move forward. Because what obviously we don't want to have happen is have half the money funded, start, and then we've got something that we're on the hook to finish.
Yes, sir.
Or like what happens if half or 3/4 of the money's raised, but we don't hit that threshold of how much we need? Is the foundation going to return that money back, or is that money going to go be used for something else?
We would not use it for anything else.
And that actually, Steve, that's actually gets to what my last question would be of, is there a plan already in place? Do we already have somebody in hand that says, all right, I'm going to give y'all $5-10 million to build this facility, so we won't have any type of comeback on us later?
Not that we're aware of. I wish there were, but we don't know of anybody that is, saying that. No.
Right.
Okay.
If I could just add, when the team at Lucy Beckham brought this forward, in their in their defense or in light of what they're doing, they didn't want to get the skis too far in front. They wanted to get board approval to do the project rather than raising money, getting some portion raised, then finding out that it would not be approved. So I think they're doing this the right way. Get the approval to do the project. If the funding is not raised, the project doesn't begin. But they've got your blessing in the event that you guys approve this. So that, I mean, I think that's a good approach.
Okay, so we're just looking to approve them doing the fundraising for the facility.
Correct. We're bringing this forward because a donation that requires long-term district funding requires board approval. So we thought we'd combine it with that. Now, going back to Mr. Griffin's question, you know, if you all want us to come back for approval after the funding is raised, that's your prerogative. I didn't want to make it sound like you guys can't direct that, but I hadn't anticipated it at this time.
That's all I have.
Mr. Duke?
Nope, I'm good.
Is this the first time that we've been presented with such a model?
There hasn't been anything close that I can think of. We've had several small donations brought to the board before, but nothing of this magnitude. I'm thinking back. The last one I seem to recall was the donation of a vehicle to a high school to be used for training. I mean, it was.
Because I agree, if this model works, this would be a game changer in areas like North Charleston with all the corporate, you know, abilities that we have to raise funds. I mean, I know looking at Mount Pleasant, we are definitely looking at the individual donors. Yeah, there are some corporations there, but when I think of, you know, the bigger areas where we could really, you know, if this model were to work, you know, I think the other interesting thing is obviously, and I think you hit right on the point, while we may be 80 down this year, who knows what's going to happen next year, and, you know, with Wando and if we have to redistrict and do the lines. I would love to see the cottages go away. So this project does add on to it. So what is the net effect in students in actually a classroom that you're talking about?
The net effect with what?
Of how many students you would be able to use the weight room, the existing weight room as a classroom?
Well, we would have our weightlifting classes out there, which would be, you know, 40, 50 kids a period. We could have our health class out there, and things like, so you're looking at, you know, maybe 70 to 100 kids could be out there per block in that area. I mean, all of those things we will, you know, dissect as we're building, if we get to build. But we've just done the preliminary, you know, wish list that we went over, you know, with the strength training that is a class during the day. And then, as we mentioned, having the health classes rotate through there as part of their health curriculum.
And I think this also goes back to what Mr. Calhoun stated, and I think Mr. Hammer is going to definitely touch on when we look at how we're doing our deep dives and making sure that all schools outside facilities are, you know, equitable. That, you know, if we can come up with a model that helps with schools that goes on the inside and definitely helps us on the capital projects and really reducing our debt load and everything. I mean, it's a win-win-win. So I don't see why we wouldn't, you know, move forward.
It does raise. I mean, I think we should always be excited about, you know, donor supported activities. I think that's great, but it does raise an interesting philosophical question that I don't know, I'm not smart enough to answer. But we leverage donor support to create this facility, which is fantastic. But then we potentially don't have equitable facilities across the district, or we're then committed to fund these types of facilities at other districts to make it equitable. And so I'm not sure how to balance that, but that's a different topic.
I would like to address that if possible. Our very reason for coming today is because we don't feel that it is equitable right now. With us being on the other side of the teeter-totter, we do not have a wrestling room. We have 40 plus kids out for wrestling. Every day they move the cafeteria tables, roll the mats out, wash them, wrestle, wash the mats, roll them up, put the cafeteria tables back. They don't complain at all. I complain enough for all of them. We don't have a place for our color guard kids to swing their flags. They could now use the cafeteria if we have a wrestling room. Our weight room, we're not equitable with any of the schools that I listed on our numbers, the comparison sheet. And that's just a fact, you know. It's a beautiful weight room, but it's way too small for us and for our needs. And so that's the very reason that we came forth. And the other point that I would add, and I don't want to overextend my welcome, but as the head principal in the North area for a while, we went out and got after people to help us. And I'm not saying that people there are not now. I don't know what they're doing. I'm hiding as an assistant principal like I need to be. But I can tell you there are people that will help. This is different, as was stated by Mr. Grabowski, that we are hopeful that we have individuals in our area that will help us and hopefully let us raise this money. We're in a different place, you know, and the demographics are different. Everything's different and doesn't make one right or one wrong. But as far as there's some places that have some pretty nice facilities right now that are the same size or just a little bit bigger than us. And so we're after to level that playing field with this.
If I can just comment on that real quick, I don't disagree with what Mr. Connor said related to the need for the programs that they have. I have to design and build schools by enrollment numbers and square footage. I can't say, well, that school is going to have ROTC and that school is going to have a dance class. I have to be consistent among square footage. And so if you look at the capacity of the three schools that are closest, Stall, Beckham, and West Ashley High, they are all in the same neighborhood of number of square foot per student based on the capacity of the building. RB Stall's 167 foot squared per pax per person. West Ashley's 148 and Beckham's 165. Again, the enrollment number is on that sheet, but I have to base it on capacity. So when we design for the capacity, we tailor the building to what the school needs at that time. So looking at why they don't have a wrestling room, the square footage is somewhere else in that building. It's not a wrestling room, but I'm sure if you did an equal comparison to those other two schools, it's somewhere else. Something else is bigger. So we chose not to build a wrestling room here as opposed to someplace else, but by square footage, the numbers are equal. Again, I think what has happened is that they've got such an incredible program at Beckham with the different types of activities and students that participate and instructors that are there. And it's incredible to see what is going on in that school. So I'm not arguing the need. I'm just comparing it to what other schools have. So for square footage.
And this addition would add a couple dollars per student on that same metric. It wouldn't materially move Lucy Beckham.
Right.
Okay. I have a question.
Because again, to that point, if you now take a look at Lucy Beckham's enrollment and build capacity to meet that enrollment, then the numbers go up toward where they're heading now. So again, it's based on square footage. It seems to make sense.
So I have a question for Ms. Shaw, I believe. Do you foresee a timeline for for a project such as this?
So she doesn't have any, she there? I didn't think she had any items on.
I was trying to get everything up and running. Typically it takes about a year to design and about 2 years to build, but that's for a rather large size facility. So probably about a year to get through the design and the permitting phase, and about another year just to kind of get it set up.
All right. So on top of that, we would have to do the fundraising phase, correct?
That's correct. They'll have to raise the money to get the design going and then, hire the general contractor.
All right, so we're looking at like 4 years, 2027, 2028.
So,
I'd have no idea what year we're in right now.
I know, I think that's
Well,
2025.
and I think we have, I'll say this, for standard construction, I completely agree with Ms. Shaw. I think we have a unique situation here. This is a pre-engineered building. It's a company that does this for a living. And so I think the timeline will be a little bit different than sticking, brick and mortar that we normally put up around the district. I completely agree with the permitting and OSF approval timeline portion, but the design and construction may be a little faster.
My very last question. I'm sorry, Ms. Shaw, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, we've experienced a lot with the stormwater requirements. And so I myself, after being in this position for a couple of years now, I add a couple months into that process, all the way up to almost 6 months, in addition to what normally happens. So
I was just about to bring up stormwater. So, and I didn't know if Mr. Hamer was here as well, but yeah, I was just about to bring up stormwater. Just think about what we're dealing with on D9 and everywhere else. But also with that, final question, Mr. Barori, what is your final recommendation?
My final recommendation is to proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from the committee? Hearing none, I'd like to make a motion to move this on to the board for approval of the donation of the athletic facility for Lucy Beckham High School. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Hearing none, the motion passes and the motion will be sent on to the board for recommendation.
Thank you.
Consideration. Moving on to action item 3B, the 2023-28 capital programs, phase 5, sales tax, capital maintenance, budget reallocation, high school athletics. Mr. Hammer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The purpose of this agenda item is for discussion for a recommended action. And that action is to approve a list of projects to be funded with excess revenues from the 2023-2028 sales tax program. Now, we probably should talk about excess revenue in terms of the term projected excess revenue, and we'll get into a little bit more of what that means. So I don't know if the previous discussion hurts or helps my presentation, but I think it does put in context a little bit of the complexity of the issue that we're trying to address with what I'm trying to talk about with equity with athletic facilities. So over the past several years, long-term investments in athletic facilities has lagged behind other building systems investments at some other high schools or some of our high schools. And our current sales tax program, the one that we're currently executing, phase 5, does not wholly address facility requirements in a way that provide consistency in athletic resources at all our district high schools. So that phase 5 program, it still addressed athletic facilities, but it did not have what I would call a different sensitivity to looking at the high schools and the facilities in terms of equity. The sales tax program is robust, very robust in terms of developing programs or projects to address facility assessment type things with major building systems like roofs, HVAC systems, flooring, exterior envelope, and things like that. But in terms of the program actually developing a plan to address the gap analysis wasn't part of its outlook. And so this is trying to address that and maybe make some corrections to that. So about a year ago, Mr. Barori asked my department to develop what we'll call a gap analysis. And my planning officer, in conjunction with an A&E firm that we hired over the past several months, almost a year, developed what we wanted to show as a difference between the amenities and the capability that some schools have and some don't have. Pretty iterative process that we've been working on for a while, but this represents the list of programs and projects that we recommend that we fund with the projected excess revenue. And again, so you know how the Phase 5 program was developed in terms of program. This committee also knows how the excess revenues are developed. Those are the ones that we've identified to pay for these. You see the list of schools here that we have in our gap analysis: Military Magnet, Stall, North Charleston High School, Academic Magnet. You see an item there for District 4 schools for ball fields improvement, and I'd like to come back to that in just a second. We have Baptist Hill High School, Burke High School, and Lucy Beckham High School as part of all of the programs that we determined that there was a gap that should be addressed. What was just brief notwithstanding, we think that this brings our schools in a level of equity in terms of what athletes might be able to have access to at these schools. The District 4 schools, that really speaks to a gap analysis for baseball fields, more specifically for 3 of the North Charleston High Schools. At this time, Mr. Burrow and I are working kind of a complex list of options to provide softball fields and baseball fields in the North Charleston area, some involving internal resources and some involving some relationships outside of the school district. No matter what, regardless of how we land on those options there, we recommend that we're going to need that amount of money to provide either a brand new or renovate an existing baseball field. So I just want to give a little bit more specifics on what that means. So these costs are fully burdened. We feel that they're very conservative. They also include the design for these fields and these improvements. They also include the construction management of oversight or the fees that involved with managing the program. A couple of other points. This shows that this is executed really in 2 years to the way that we have our briefing sheet, just the way we laid it out. I think this program gives you some flexibility on throughout the length of the time when you can execute it. I think I still owe Mr. Burrow kind of a more detailed list of when we would execute all of these projects. Some of those would be tied into the seasons that you need a particular field or a particular facility available. So I don't believe we will be executing these all within a 2-year period. And there's some more work that I want to do with a more specific recommendation on that. But again, this is the result of a year of analysis, working with coaches, working with athletic directors, and working with principals at these schools. And we believe that this $46 million would do what we intended to do and provide improved facilities and provide a level of equity for all of our student athletes in the school district. Standing by for your questions.
I'll open up the floor to the questions from the committee. Ms. Stamp?
Just would it not be more cost effective for the district to have district stadiums versus each high school having its own stadium? And who utilizes the CCSD stadium that's off 526?
Ms. Stamp, this is Jeff Burrow. That is a great question, and actually has led us to a significant amount of work in this package. So what we have found is in District 4, we have 4 stadiums using the district wide stadium off of 526, Stall High School, Military Magnet, Academic Magnet, and North Charleston. What we have found is there tends to be a significant conflict with getting 4 schools scheduled to play their games. Many cases we rely on the opposing team schedules. We have to fit within their schedules. They have to fit within the schedule of our schools as well. And so what we have found is we have fallen short with the number of days that that stadium is available. So one of the significant portions of this package is to upgrade each of those 4 schools to have an ability to have competitive sports at their field. They still will be required to fill the District 4 stadium every Friday night of the school year, like we intended, but it'll give them the capability to hold varsity football games at their school when there is a conflict with the D4 stadium. And they'll also be able to hold other varsity events and JV events at that school in a competitive venue. And if you notice, it also includes a press box at Lucy Beckham because it gives them the same capability because they're sharing the stadium at Wando, but this would allow them to hold more readily events at their field when that District 2 stadium is not available. But again, For District 2 and District 4, we would require those stadiums to be used every Friday night as they stand. So that is a good question, but that has actually led to some of the projects on this list. Two other quick ones I want to point out here. You'll notice a competitive gym at Military Magnet. That school was designed as a middle school. And if you have ever been into their gym to see a basketball game, it is like watching the movie Hoosiers. It's pretty incredible that they don't have an ability, really a full-size gym. And that's really what that's about. And as Mr. Hamer mentioned, the ball field improvements for District 4 schools district-wide, we are unable to build a baseball and softball field at North Charleston High, at Academic Magnet. And so we're trying to create world-class venues for those schools. They'll have to share it, but we want to have a full funding for that. The sale of Hersey gave us resources. We're able to put that toward one of the two fields, baseball or softball, and this one that's on this list would be the other one.
Yes. So I'm gonna jump in. With I completely agree with you with the Military Magnet, and I do want to talk to you a little bit more about how do we get our road sign for Military Magnet being the 3-time state champs. But that's another another conversation. But we need to get our road sign. But with the District 4 schools, and we're talking about the ball field improvements and also thinking about adding the track on or whatnot. So how would that impact everything else that we're trying to do? And we probably should wait for this, but I would like to know how the money, the $6.3 million or $6.4 million for this would be impacted by anything else that we do.
Well, if I understand your question right, if you're wondering if the other things that we've talked about doing at the D4 stadium with the track there, if that would detract from a focus on putting this towards the ball field. No, this is really, and again, unfortunately, because it's still kind of moving target, I don't have those options readily available to kind of brief you that we're looking at in terms of where we would invest for those that baseball field. It does involve perhaps using some existing baseball fields. Again, I know Mr. Burrow is looking at some other opportunities with working with North Charleston on that. So I don't think they would conflict. My point is with that is that we do need to put money into a baseball field that 3 high schools can use. We estimated it will be that amount, and it shouldn't distract from any of the other plans that we're having for tracks and other things that we're expanding at the D4 stadium or anywhere else in the D4.
And my last question, with these different field improvements, would we end up increasing revenue from, be it the city or any other the county or whatnot, for using our fields that we upgrade?
So we would, once our fields are built, we would look to evaluate the use with the respective municipalities like we have in the past. Ms. Barnett, I know, is sitting behind me and manages that program. When a new facility comes online, we take a look at potential use partnerships with the city. And I will say that even with this construction program here, there's still a strong need for use of their facilities across the municipalities as well. And that's, I think, one thing that this district does pretty well is take advantage of facilities that are in place, whether they be our facilities that the cities use or the city's facilities that we use. When you look at it, like as an example, we don't have a single indoor swimming pool, yet we have swimming teams in the district. So we are using other people's facilities, other organizations' facilities that we aren't paying for because we have joint use agreements with them. So when these facilities come online, certainly the schools have the first priority, and we don't take anything away from their needs, but we always look for opportunities to partner with the municipalities, and the possibility of offering it if there are facilities available to under the facility use program, one-time use by an organization that wants to do a tournament in which they would pay the district to use those facilities like we do now, especially with our gymnasiums.
And I'm sorry, and just triggering off of what you just said. So are we paying for what we're using down at St. John's?
So we are not. That's part of our agreement with the city of Charleston to use those ball fields. And now we're funding the upgrades to those fields, and we'll have the first right to use those fields in the end. We have the same thing at Burke High School. The Burke baseball and softball fields are city property. We don't pay to use them, but in this program here, we're offering to upgrade. We want to upgrade those fields for our students. The city would gain some improvements on their fields, just like we did at Stony Field down there. So we have some very strong partnerships with those municipalities, and we think that these kind of projects can only enhance those relationships.
Thank you.
St. John's.
So the excess revenue that we're working from was projected in 2020. Have we run through the financial advisor's updated revenue based upon current spends and what that would look like? Because I know we assumed a very conservative spending rate to begin with on it, but with the current spending levels and sales tax collections obviously being depressed, it would kind of be helpful to talk through contingency in that event if that were to continue, and should that projected revenue excess go away on that.
You can go first.
Sorry about that. So when I reached out to PFM Group about this, they understand that concern as well, because that was one of the concerns that I had. And they basically said that we're at the beginning of the program, and so we have a long time to continue to build excess revenues. Probably the one thing that they mentioned to me was that maybe we need to slow down doing some of these moving forward. Not saying that that's what we need to do, but that was just their consensus of maybe not borrow any more projected excess revenues until we can really see what's going to happen. Because over the last 5 or 6 months, we've seen a drop. They don't believe that's going to consistently stay that way. But that was just something that they mentioned. And when I asked, so if we did get in a situation where the projected revenues were dissipating to a point that we couldn't fulfill what we've already reallocated, they basically said that we would have to take a look at doing some rearranging of some projects, maybe doing some borrowing sooner than later. And so, but they didn't feel like we would be able, that we would be in that situation at this point.
So just to clarify, the recommendation to slow down was after this proposal.
Oh,
yeah.
Yes.
Recommendation to slow down was after this.
I kind of agree from a spending standpoint. I don't think this is going to be long-term, but you never know. And it was just a thought process there. And I know in the past, there's ability within the referendum to shuffle around projects, et cetera, but then you potentially have the visuals of that in the community of somebody thinking a project is promised. It might not necessarily be promised. It might be on the referendum, and should funding be there to fund it. So, I expect we'll be, looking back and having an overage at the end of this program, but I think it's just something to keep in the back of our minds as we're looking through it. And, I agree, all of these are very, very needed facilities as well too, and it's good to see the focus in that area as well.
I'd just like to recuse myself from this discussion, if permissible.
Duly noted. Any further questions, Mr. Calhoun, Mr. Duke, Ms. Stamp?
I'm sorry. One last question. What is the proposed timeline for any of these?
Well, as I mentioned, and it's kind of implied, I want to put together a timeline that still a little bit more thoughtful in terms of the priority, that the things that are needed the most, but also kind of phase this so that you have an opportunity, if you do have to kind of slow down some execution, that you have the ability to do that or pause. I will be ready to execute, if this is approved, some of these projects as early as next fiscal year. I think some of them we can quickly get into design. Well, not next fiscal year, next year of execution of the sales tax program. So I feel pretty sure that some of them will have the ability for a quick design, but the entirety of this $46 million will be spread out, I'm sure, in terms of the rest of this sales tax program. But as I said before, I do owe Mr. Burrow and to this group a more detailed schedule on when specific projects, and that's still under development.
Thank you.
Yeah, because I think for board consideration, they're obviously going to want to look and see, what we had projected to be used on this referendum on the sales tax, how we've been doing collecting the money, because now we're adding on this extra feature to it, which was not considered during the referendum. The fact that we have excess and we've been doing good is a good sign, but then I think you really need to make sure that we have that A, and now we have this B amendment, which I'm not seeing at this part of this presentation. And I'm just wondering, while I agree, I think the list is definitely needed. And if we've got the funds, we should definitely use it. But I think to understand it fully, you really need to understand the total picture and how this is going to fit into the total picture.
I think all the projects are on the referendum. They're allowed by the referendum because otherwise they wouldn't be able to fund them. I think it's just a matter of the consideration of what the updated projections look like. Potentially worst case scenario, should everything stay depressed as it is right now and as kind of what we're, in the next year or so, which, who knows what could happen. Hopefully that won't be the case, but I think that having that decision point would be probably helpful to have and probably be a question that would be asked as well too. I mean, you always have the ability to say, okay, we have all of these projects funded. We elected to fund these on the front end instead of these got pushed to the end, but then you have really a PR issue at that point in time when you're not funding other projects or something that somebody else would have considered they might need or they thought was promised.
So to Mr. House's point, there is clearly a line item in the referendum to tie these projects to. We purposely added paving, building improvements, and athletic improvements, and knew that along the way we would look to add projects based on needs. And that those have been hugely successful so far. I will say that the last time I saw the financial update, and so certainly we've got Ms. Costello here and we got Ms. Carlin here that can correct or modify my numbers, but between program contingency and projected excess revenues, we had over 100 million. Now, as pointed out, our revenues haven't been as robust for this year, but that is still significantly higher than what we had at the same time in the last building program available.
But as I understand it, so you're using two lines within the referendum to justify doing this that allows you to do this.
Yes, sir.
And so by us making the recommendation to the board, because the motion is simply to approve the list of projects to be funded. I mean, I'm just wondering if there shouldn't be something else that makes the board understand that if we give you approval of this list, this isn't something that's just going to automatically take place without further consideration.
So the list itself, I think it's approved within there. I guess it's just an ordering of the funding of when you're funding it. And then the consideration of, do you feel comfortable using excess revenue at this point in time to fund said projects on it, which, kind of comes down to.
Mr. Calhoun, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here, and I got a question off of that. If we did not use it for this, what could the excess revenue be used for?
So I think it's with the statement that what Mr. Bowery just said, that our fund is up over, approximately $100 million. Have we allocated already or dedicated to projects within the referendum? And now we're expanding on potential future collection of tax.
So I paused for a second because I wanted to pull out my list of unfunded projects just to be sure. But I will say that as a team, we believe this is the highest and best use.
That's what I was asking. Yeah.
It's the highest and best use. Now, Mr. Hamer to my left will never say no to capital maintenance funding, which there's always a funding need, and he has a backlog that if there's additional projected excess revenues that we are ready to move forward with in the future, that will receive consideration. And then there are projects, capital construction projects below the funded line, again, that we could have considered as well. Again, we just believe that this is the best use, and because of the shortfall that we have, it isn't. None of these are replacement. They're to meet a need that is there that hasn't been met in the past. So most of our capital construction projects are replacement of existing facilities, not new. So the facility's there, everything's going forward. This is to fill a gap. This is really to fill a gap, as Mr. Hamer mentioned at the beginning, based on the gap analysis of athletics.
Right. And Mr. Hamer, not to put you on a spot or anything, do you feel as if there's any other need that we could be using for with these funds, not taking everything off, but is there anything else that you feel as if needs to happen with these funds that you feel as if should be on this list?
Well, again, I really can't add any different perspective than Mr. Baroy. It is a fact that I have a backlog of maintenance and repair projects that I could use funding for. But I think he hit it right on the head. I think given an analysis of those projects relative to this being kind of a more present need for us, I think this takes the priority. And so again, I won't deny that if this was not put towards this particular proposal, that the funds could do some good to facilities within the district. I believe at this point in time, though, that this is the best use of it.
Mr. Callahan,
Thank you.
If I may, I would, it goes back, I know Mr. Griffin has recused himself from the conversation, but I think this goes back to a conversation or a question he asked moments ago about equity and equitable facilities across the district. As you know, we've had a lot of conversations, particularly with the city of North Charleston, about facilities in the North area. I highly recommend that the Audit and Finance Committee move this forward to the board for consideration and approval, simply because of some of the needs there. I think we see here that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different schools are represented by these facility improvements as outlined here. So this agenda item does have my full support.
Thank you. You were my next person to ask, so I appreciate that.
I thought I might be, so I just jumped in advance.
Any more questions with the committee? Hearing none, I guess I do have one slight recommendation. It's just be prepared from the board to have the question is, we have this list, we're making the recommendation based upon this list. But I think as to how it's going to be implemented, it's going to have to be prepared for somehow Mr. Calhoun and I and the others will have to look at potentially amending this, as based upon what we hear when you present to the board, because I can sense that question is going to come up. With that, I would like to go ahead and make a motion to motion to approve the list of projects to be funded with excess revenue from the 2023-2028 sales tax program onto the board for consideration. Do I have a second?
Second.
Hearing the second, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any nays? Hearing none, the motion passes and will be moved on to the board for consideration.
May I make one comment about that? That it might save a lot of headache if in the background information you state that it will be studied for priority and equity?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Please stick around. Excellent. Moving on to action item 3C, the Citizens Oversight Committee Phase 5 Sales Tax Program 2023-28. Mr. Barori,
Yes, sir.
back on.
Mr. Grabowski. So a year ago, a little over a year ago, October of 2022, the Board of Trustees approved the 6 nominations for the committee, for the Citizens Oversight Steering Committee for this Phase 5 program. We subsequently received 2 additional nominations from the Charleston County Council Chair, Mr. Sass, and that falls in line with the numbers that were in the original charter. So I'm recommending approval of those 2 individuals. It does increase the ability for Charleston County. The purpose of their nominations are to really kind of fill the gaps. You've got City of Charleston, City of North Charleston, and Mount Pleasant, and it really helps us provide full coverage for the county. So I recommend it be moved forward.
Any questions of the committee?
No, I was just going to say any and all additional folks and viewpoints we can have on that committee, the better. I think it's a good discussion point during there, and to have a broader view across the county would be very helpful. So,
yeah. And I have no other question. I would just like to go ahead and make the motion to approve these 2.
Well, do we have any background on these individuals? I know there was a letter included in the.
Yes, ma'am. There is a letter included in the package. The charter does not require specific backgrounds to be on the committee. It only identified the number of nominees each organization could provide.
But it does raise.
Okay, thank you.
But it is odd to be approving people we know nothing about other than, I don't know anything about I don't have any opposition to them.
Yeah.
About them, right? It's just 2 names. So do we really need to approve it? If so, shouldn't we know something about them to approve them?
So I'm just basing it on charter. We didn't request resumes.
If I remember, the charter says it's nominated by different municipalities and then the Chamber of Commerce as well too. So each person has a seat as a nominee from that. So I think this is more just kind of procedural on it, just to say based upon that we have these nominees. I don't know that we have the ability to prove it, honestly. So based upon the charter.
Meaning it's already approved de facto.
So should it be just for information then, as opposed to an approval?
Yeah, I'm struggling with Ms. Stamps. I agree with her. And I mean, if there's a charter, I would assume the board would have to, review the charter to make sure that they're complying if they're going to say anything, or whether they even have a right to say anything.
So, I mean, from the charter, it says staff will make recommendations for membership to the Board of Trustees and could include up all nominations from the governmental employees. So we're making recommendations to the Board of Trustees.
Okay. Well, there it is.
Yes, sir.
So it is a board action.
Right. But there's no requirement within the charter to provide that information.
Correct.
So we are in compliance by having staff do their job, obtain the 2 people, make sure that we got one from Guatemala, and now we have some from Hollywood Ravenels. We're spreading the love. That's all good. Any further questions? Hearing none, I'd like to make a motion to move the motion to approve to 2 additional COSC members onto the board for consideration. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 All against, say nay. Hearing none, the motion is being moved on to the board for consideration. Moving on to action item 3D, purchase and contracts greater than $250,000. Mr. Craven, welcome aboard.
Yes, sir. It's good to be here. Thank you.
And before we begin, Mr. Craven, can you introduce yourself and welcome to the board also?
Yeah, I think I've met most everyone here so far individually, but it's good to be part of the team. And you mentioned earlier I had 60 days. I want to correct that. It's 45. You gave me 2 extra weeks. Yeah, it's been a fire hose, but I'm looking forward to it. It's good. Thank you. So you have the list in front of you. I think it should be fairly easy as they're all sales tax phase 5 or phase 3. And I think everything here has been at least been approved as part of that program. So with that, I guess I'll just open up for any questions on the 250K list.
Are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Craven and the list? Ms. Stamp? Mr. Duke?
I continue to struggle in
I'm sorry, Ms. Stamp?
my comment is just the same as always when it comes to these solicitations that I'm not sure what we're being asked to approve just based on the information provided, because if we're trying to ensure that the procurement process was followed appropriately, that, you know, when we have solicitations, we follow the procurement code or the procedure set up by the district. You just can't determine that from what's presented. So I just, I still continue to struggle with what it is that we're being asked to approve.
In my short time here, I kind of struggled with this as well. Now, this one in particular has been approved. There's sometimes the 250K list will have projects on there that has not been brought in front of the board. In this particular situation where everything has already kind of been seen in front of here, the community and the board already. So this does look almost informational. And the only thing that really looks like you are approving is the vendors we chose. So that's based on how this one is laid. That's kind of how it looks. I'm open to recommendations from this committee on how we want to go forward with 250K, maybe not in this venue today, but open that up for the discussion on what does this committee really want from this. Do we want to continue it as approval, or we want to maybe go more informational? This is a bit early. I wasn't expecting to have this conversation. Jackie and I already.
So, you know, this was carried over from our prior board, which was the result of the results from the disparity study with Miller 3 Consulting. And so we have just continued to abide by that policy and bring this list every month. He's right. We do get a lot of questions. For example, if something's been approved in a referendum, why are we having to bring it back to this 250 list? So it does create a lot of questions. It creates a lot of hardships with the facilities maintenance group, as well as Jasmine's group, with trying to bring stuff in to get it approved, knowing that they have, you know, up to a 30 to 45 day wait before they can even get started on because they've got to get it approved. And with him being new, fresh set of eyes, he's asked a lot of really good questions about what exactly are we trying to achieve with this $250,000 list. So, but we just continue to bring it because it's part of a board policy. So thank you, Ms. Stamp. I appreciate that, your input, your question about that.
Does it make sense to move it to information versus action? And then we can question if anything pops out that might not, that we might have questions on, or that might not make sense. I mean, because we're retroactively approving things in the past.
I completely agree. I think the oversight is great. So having a list, and if we're spending a large amount of money on a project, having board oversight is completely, I agree with that. Going information, I think would be great. It would also, it would help, like Ms. Carlin said, to expedite some of the projects that are delayed because they're waiting. We had one that didn't quite make this month because we didn't quite have the vendor. They have the vendor now, but it won't be put in front of the board until December. So now we're in a holding pattern for 30 to 45 days. So it's really just, and I'm new, right? So I also don't want to jump in too early.
I would add from a governance perspective, we have a procurement audit process, which we just heard from them earlier. And so this body is not, pulled together to perform a procurement audit. That would be we don't have the skills, it would be bad use of resources. It's not our charter. So we're not doing a procurement audit. I would also argue that we're not in a position to approve we are not inserting ourselves, or shouldn't be from a governance perspective, inserting ourselves in the procurement process itself by selecting or not selecting specific vendors. So it seems, as already been articulated a little bit, that the opportunity here is to provide information so that there's transparency and visibility. And if questions arise, it can create discussion or specific things that we want to follow up on. But I think this has always been best used as an information only item.
Okay,
I completely agree.
So if we take it back to the charter of what the responsibilities for this committee is, and part of it is to ensure that policies and procedures are being followed, on and on and on. In order to do that, you need a certain amount of information to ensure that, yes, policies and procedures were followed. Apparently, there were findings in the procurement area that resulted in the need for this list to be presented to the committee. So what we should be looking at, in my opinion, is, okay, what were those areas of weaknesses that resulted in the findings? And do we have a comfort level when we get this list that those things, did not occur or could not occur? And not that we're doing a procurement audit, but I keep reading after each one of these sessions, I go back and read what our responsibilities are. And I still don't feel that in some areas that we're meeting our requirements of what we're supposed to be doing. So it's not that I'm asking for this to be moved as information. I'm just asking that we get enough information to perform the duties that we were assigned through the charter for this committee. So, and I don't know.
Yes, I completely agree with everything that has been said, and we'll get to this in the very next action item that's coming forward with our charter, particularly on the second paragraph where it says the committee scope of responsibility will not include oversight of transactional matters, specific operating, capital expenditures, disposal of assets, etc., requiring board approval. So I absolutely agree where we are, and I look forward to working with Mr. Craven on where we move forward with this 250 list and how we listed within our agenda moving forward. Now, because also I feel as if this is going to have to go through policy with the board that we will have to actually look at, because in the past we've had policy that conflicted with bylaws and charters or whatnot that we have to actually course correct at this point. But I did have one question, and I guess this will go to Mr. Barori as part of this list of what is our long-term plan with Garrett?
So we have Morningside in there for at least 2 years. That's the main portion of the building. What is known as the ARC portion on the far left, if you're facing the building, is currently district staff. We had to close Fraser, our facility at Fraser, for the construction of Early College High School. And we are going to have to close also portions that we use at C.E. Williams North. So a portion of Garrett will be used long-term for operations. In fact, information technology is in the facility as well. So a portion of Garrett is long-term. The future use of where Morningside is has not been determined yet.
Okay, so us doing this roof project is going to allow us to use this for the next 5 to 10 years?
Yes, sir. In fact, more than 5 years. I expect that the ARC and facilities to be in there well beyond long after I'm gone. So we don't have any intention to move them out.
All right, don't be trying to retire on me now.
No, sir.
So the Garrett building was a change order to what? To what contract?
Yeah, so we had an existing contract that we did modify to have the scope just be for that ARC. We had a larger contract that was a little bit more robust, and we decided to modify the contract to just concentrate on the scoping. For the business rules of this process here, it was still an execution of something over $250,000. So that's why you see this on this list.
So in the original contract, was the roof a part of that original contract?
It was, and this is a modification actually to do a reduced scope to that original one that we had there. But it does do the entire ARC that you just heard Mr. Burroy talking about. So that portion of the building that's going to be there long-term, supporting IT, supporting my staff. This is what this particular work is going to do for that particular part of the building.
Any further questions? Oh, Mr. Kennedy.
I would like to offer a couple of comments about the 250 list and what the committee, as the committee deliberates on what its responsibilities are with it. So in my work in K-12, all the school boards I've worked with, they have always had board approval of contracts that met a certain dollar threshold, whatever that dollar threshold may be. And that, with the one exception, and that was a period of time here in CCSD, and I can't remember which year it was, 2015, 2016 timeframe, where we went away from that format where the board takes a look at contracts above the dollar threshold and say yes or no. And so when the 250 list was put back in place, the contracts put in place, last year, 2 years ago, the board said they would come through the Audit and Finance Committee, the contracts. So as the committee deliberates on what the responsibilities are of that 250, probably keeping in mind that at some point, all the 250, anything above 250 is going to go to the full board, and the board has to have some way to have some assurances that the contracts are valid contracts above 250. So I'm saying this to say I'm not sure whether you can do that through just an information type of process or not. I don't have the answer, but I think that needs to be considered.
And I would have to agree with Mr. Kennedy, because I think the one thing with the list is it does give us a little time, because Audit and Finance meets theoretically before Cal and theoretically for the board. So there is that period of time. I know it does cause a little bit of hardship. A lot of these are sales tax and capital projects, but every once in a while you do get that, outliner where there may be some consideration that you would call to question a contract. So I do see the insurance policy, but to Ms. Stamp's point, it does seem kind of hard how you would ever, if something has been put out for solicitation. I think where I have a lot of problems, where I see on the list, is when we have exemptions. When I see that you've gone through the procurement process, I generally have a lot of faith in what you're doing. But I still think, the board is going to be, and I agree with Mr. Kennedy, that there's going to be a threshold even if it is an information project. But my concern is when we have the exemptions. Maybe we can work on policy on somehow, in looking at that. But I just can't see, a carte blanche, being put through.
So I just have one other question on item number 5. It says that it's a change order. However, it went out, it was solicited. So if it's a change order, why would it need to be solicited?
So that is confusing. A while back, under the previous director of procurement, there was some request to put the solicitation days and the number of proposals received, even if it was a change order. This actual solicitation happened about six years ago, but
okay, you have a contract,
right? We have a contract. It was just saying that during that time, this was the information, but I mean, I don't know if it'd stay or if it'd be removed or.
Yeah, just usually if it's a change order, you would expect to see the contract that the change order is being changed. You would expect to see a contract already in place if it's a change order. If it's it's a change order.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there should be a contract number there. I understand what Ms. Shaw is saying, that we were asked to show the original solicitation, but you're absolutely correct. There should be a current contract number for that project, just like there is for line item 3, which is a change order for the sales tax program construction management. I agree. We need to ensure that's in there.
Okay, we'll get that added.
Okay.
Order and solicitation. Any further questions for the committee? Hearing none at this point, and I guess some valid concerns have been raised, which I think Mr. Calhoun and I will have to address to the liaison and to the board itself, going forward. But as it currently stands, I'd like to make a motion to recommend to the board this motion to approve the list of purchases and contracts greater than $250,000 through October 25th, 2023, as attached to the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 All against, say nay. Hearing none, the motion is. Oh, thank you, Ms. Stamp. Sorry to get you off. So we have the motion passes. With 7 yeas and 1 nay. We will move on to action item number 3E, the committee charter. Mr. Calhoun.
Yeah, so this would be what we have looked at over the last couple of months. What I want to do, as everybody will have it now, would be to go through the entire charter. And if you have any questions or revisions, we should go through that now. We are looking at updating this charter to bring consistency to what we've been working up under, and clarifying a lot of things that we've been working up under. So as I'll go through it now, I will read through it. And if, again, we can go section by section, clarify. One thing that we did do is clarify each section, be it the purpose and authority of the committee membership. The removal of committee membership was pretty new, as well as the responsibility of the committee. And following that would be the recurring agenda topics that should happen each year under each committee year. So the first one would be the purpose and authority of the committee, which we've been talking about particularly during this meeting. The Charleston County School District Audit and Finance Committee is established in accordance with district policy, BDE, board of committees. The purpose of the committee is to provide independent advice, assistance, and recommendations to the district board of trustees and oversight of financial reporting, the systems of internal control, internal and external audit functions, and district's process of monitoring compliance with laws and regulations. The committee can serve solely in advisory capacity, making recommendations to the board on financial and audit related matters. The committee's scope of responsibilities will not include oversight of transactional matters, i.e. specific operating and capital expenditures, disposal of assets, requiring board approval. This approach will allow the committee's more capacity, will allow the committee more capacity to focus on the responsibilities outlined below. So that's what we just talked about, particularly in that last conversation. Now, moving forward to the committee membership, and this does have footnotes to it to add in with Mr. Duke, and looking at the committee of oversight for the district. Committee membership. Trustee members of the committee are appointed by the chairman of the board of trustees and affirmed by a majority of the board. A board member will be appointed the committee's membership chair by the chairman of the board. The committee shall be comprised of at least six and no more than 9 independent voting members, to include a minimum of 2 board member to include a minimum of 2 board members, at least 1 individual with information technology expertise, and 1 seat on the committee shall be allocated to the chairperson of the Charleston County School District Citizens Advisory Committee. The vice chair will be elected by a majority vote from among the committee members and will assume the duties of the chair in his or her absence. So that's where we have majority of the change of this charter, clarifying how many, what's the minimum amount of people we have on the board, on this committee, and then the maximum we have on the committee, but then also clarifying the IT as well as the citizens oversight, the citizens advisory committee.
One quick edit there.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, just once I noticed it. So it says Charleston County School District Citizens Advisory. It should say Citizens Oversight Steering Committee to match up with the other charter.
Oversight Steering Committee.
Yeah, Citizens Oversight Steering Committee. And Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong on any of that. So that's the last line on the first page.
All right. So yeah, and I pulled that from because even looking at the footnote, I have this.
Yeah, but noted footnote.
Yeah, this seat has been allocated by the charter of the Citizens Oversight Committee. So I'll change the footnote as well.
Sorry, just caught my eye.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So I have that within, I made that change within the actual body as well as within the footnote. All right. The vice chair will be elected by a majority of vote by a majority vote from among the committee members and will assume the duties of the chair in his or her absence. Within that footnote for the IT person, we have the committee member appointed to the committee with information technology experience will also sit as the chairman of the IT steering committee under the direction of the executive directory of information technology for CCSD. The IT steering committee comprises experts in various technology areas such as software, hardware, networking, or data center operations. The IT steering committee will provide quarterly updates to the audit and finance committee. So that was pulled directly from Mr. Duke that provided that for us, and we put it in as a footnote so we would not basically clutter up the body of the charter.
Two small nits. One was directory. I think the Y should come off, I think. And then it says under the direction of, would we want to change that language? It just seems funny that the committee person would then be at the direction of a staff person. So could it just be in either in coordination with or something or in cooperation with or something like that?
Mr. Duke, you want to ask, talk to that point?
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to make it sound that way, that I'm not being totally directed by a staff member, yeah, we can change the wording on that. That's okay.
All right. So, Mr. Griffin, would you repeat that?
So I would strike under the direction of,
Mm-hmm.
and I would replace it with in coordination with. I'm open to better wording, but that's the concept.
All right. Anybody have any other thoughts on that? So as it reads now, will be the technology experience will also sit as the chairman of the IT steering committee in coordination with the executive director of information technology for CCSD. That sound good with everyone? All right. So moving forward, following those footnotes, we have board members serving on the committee shall be appointed annually in November. The term of service for non-board members is 2 years. In the event of a vacancy, the committee shall direct staff to advertise for the open position for a minimum of 30 days. Non-board members wishing to serve on the Audit and Finance Committee will be required to submit a resume and letter of interest to district staff. And I'm going to pause there. What we took out from the last board, Audit and Finance meeting was the application form, which I do believe would make it a lot smoother for what we were doing. So at this point, we will have anybody who's interested in serving instead of serving on this committee, they will submit a resume as well as a letter of interest to the district staff that will then bring it to the committee that will be sent over. Moving forward, following submission, the Audit and Finance Committee will make a recommendation to the Board of Trustees for final approval of vacant renewable slots. For continuity purposes, non-board member terms should be staggered and overlapping if possible. A member's term may be extended beyond the 2-year term if recommended by the chairman of the Audit and Finance Committee. Upon recommendation from the chair, the non-board member shall submit a letter of interest and renewal to the district staff. At the subsequent Audit and Finance meeting, the committee shall vote to send the recommended slate to the Board of Trustees for final approval. So basically, we're basically adding one more step to say if Mr. Griffin or anybody wanted to renew their seat, you would just do the same thing as as anybody coming in. They would just submit the letter of renewal, the letter of interest of renewal and resume to the district staff, and then it will be brought forward. Any questions on that one?
Makes sense.
So moving forward, we go to the. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Mr. Calhoun.
All right. So this is another place that we added the removal of committee membership. Committee members are expected to attend all Audit and Finance Committee meetings. If a member is unable to attend, said member should contact the chair, vice chair, or secretary of the committee. Failure to attend 50% of committee meetings throughout the committee year will lead to a recommendation of removal from the chair of the Audit and Finance Committee or the chief financial officer of the district. Any committee member up for removal should have the opportunity to speak in their defense during the recommendation. That should say recommendation for removal. I'm sorry, no, it shouldn't. Opportunity to speak in their defense during the recommendation motion. The motion of removal will pass with a supermajority of committee membership affirmative vote, then be sent to the Board of Trustees for final approval. Any comments or anything on that one? Okay. Hearing none, I'll move forward
Go
ahead.
I'm just going to back up. I'm trying to think right now. Correct me if I'm wrong. What is the full membership? I'm just trying to figure out what a super majority would look like.
Right now, we
So
have.
we're looking to expand, as I understand it.
Should we define it with percentage in there of what a supermajority?
Yeah, I
would
think
be
we
considered?
need to define what a supermajority will look like. I think it has to be, say something of the existing committee members, because right now you could be in flux and that supermajority could really change, especially on a volunteer, situation.
Yeah, and supermajorities defined different ways and all kinds of different agreements. So I think we should just pick a percentage.
Right.
Pick whether it's 60 or 60.
Yeah, I think that's
67, whatever percentage you want to pick.
Yeah, I think what you have to do is put a percentage.
All right. So what would y'all agree on? 60%?
60%, yeah.
60 works for me.
Yeah, 60% would be good.
All right. I want to hear from everybody on the committee that's on right now. So we have 3 for 60, Ms. Stamp.
Just to clarify, I think we should define it as over a certain number, so more than 60%. You don't want to land right on the number and then be unclear.
Good call.
All right. So we're looking at more than 60%.
So is this a section you're adding?
Yeah.
Because
So
yeah. Ms. Stamp, it's more of
I'm looking at, is this something you're going to add to the charter?
yes.
Okay.
So would you agree as far as removal of any given committee member, it would take a supermajority, but as far as we were defining right now would be more than 60%?
I would just say removal will pass with a.
So what you're saying is that this committee can remove?
Not renewing, just removal. So say with the example that we have within the charter of, say, if somebody's has been recommended for removal of the committee, it will take more than 60% of the current committee to remove somebody's membership from the committee.
So is the committee appointing also? So the board does not appoint these committee members?
No.
Is this committee that appoints?
Yeah, so for an appointment, somebody will have to, if we had a vacancy within the committee, at that point, the district will have to advertise it for 30 days. And within those, if we receive somebody, then the committee would then vote on who would we put in place in that sense. And then once we vote, then we will send that recommendation to the board, and then the board would then appoint the person to the committee.
Okay, so should this removal not follow the same path? So this committee would just be making a recommendation to the board that this person be removed, as opposed to saying that this committee is removing the individual?
Right. So we're just
Since they didn't appoint, they just sent them forward as a recommendation for approval. So should the verbiage not follow the same?
Right. So that's what we do in the sentence before. We are just sending the recommendation to the board for removal. So the line before says any committee member up for removal action should have the opportunity to speak in their defense during a recommendation motion. This the committee would just put forth the recommendation of the motion to put forth the motion for recommendation for removal. The board would do the removal on the top end. And then once there's a vacancy, then we'll go to the clause that's right before it that is looking at how do we fill a vacancy. Then we do the 30 days. We'll make a recommendation to the board to fill in that vacancy, and then the board will actually fill that vacancy.
I think you can put that up a little bit if you added the motion of recommendation for removal will pass. Right there in that second to last sentence. or second to the last, I'm sorry, line.
All right. So we're looking at the motion of removal will pass with a supermajority, and then I'm typing in right now.
Yeah, so the motion of recommendation for removal will pass.
You see what they're saying, Mr. Calhoun? It's the motion of recommendation for
Oh,
removal.
okay. I see. I see.
And then for the definition, after supermajority, you can just add parenthetically more than 60%.
Right.
Yeah. So more than 60% of the current board, of the current committee.
Just keep going the way it is of committee membership.
Yeah, I think you can say of committee membership. But once again, I just go back that the numbers could fluctuate. You know, we're trying to expand up to 9. We're currently, you know, a set number. So it would definitely at that point, Mr. Calhoun, if we said of the committee membership, that would assume of the current committee.
Right.
And so that would mean that every committee member would have to be present at the time of that vote.
Yeah.
Because if not,
you wouldn't have
at
a quorum.
60. Yeah.
Right. So that's what I was about to ask. So should we put committee membership present?
No, I think you defeat the whole purpose of what we're trying to do. I think you would have to have at least a supermajority present. So I think that's why you just leave it. You know, you have to have at least a vote of supermajority, which in parentheses, you know, at least 60% of the current members.
All right.
So, very similar to what happens at the, you know, at the board level.
So as it reads right now, the motion of recommendation for removal will pass with a supermajority, parenthetically, more than 60% of the committee membership affirmative vote. Then be sent to the Board of Trustees for final approval.
I think that works.
All right. So the responsibilities of committee, we will put, this didn't change much. The committee membership collectively should possess the knowledge in accounting, auditing, and information technology, financial reporting, and school district finances needed to understand and evaluate the district's financial statements, external and internal audit activities, and compliance with laws and regulations. That is a very long sentence. As a historian, it hurts me reading that as a historian, but neither here nor there. Accordingly, the Audit and Finance Committee members collectively should possess the requisite knowledge necessary to understand technical and complex financial reporting issues, be knowledgeable about internal controls, financial statement audits, and management operational audits, be knowledgeable of laws and regulations pertinent to the operations of the district. This is a new one. Work in good faith with the district staff through the direction of the superintendent and chief financial officer. And the last one, which is the same, have the ability to communicate with auditors, public finance officers, and the board.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
So, and can we go back up to purpose?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have the previous document before the change. So how did it read prior to this change? How did the purpose read?
The only thing that changed in that line would be that the committee serves at the will of the board. And changing with that one, the only change that we made would be this committee works in good faith with the district staff through the direction of superintendent and chief financial officer. What I think you're asking is about the duties and responsibilities, which comes afterwards, and in the next 2 paragraphs. And the duties and responsibilities follow the finance focus, the external audit focus, the internal audit focus, as well as
Okay,
the.
I must be looking at a different document from you.
That's what we had.
Um,
I had issue with that as well. I had
Let
a,
me,
and yeah,
I don't think I'm looking at the same document that you're
yeah.
looking at. Let me,
So Miss Carlin actually brought that to my attention yesterday. I was looking at a different charter that I pulled off of our website that only ended there. And when she brought that to my attention yesterday, it popped up with the duties and responsibilities portion of our charter. And I was working off of a charter that was only 3 or 4 pages. This charter actually is 7 pages. So
okay, so I don't have
yeah, you found what I
have the right one. Well, this is what was included in the agenda with the
right,
agenda items.
right. And if you were
So,
to go to the one,
I don't,
yeah, if you were to go to the one from the last meeting as well, you will be looking at the charter that I was looking at that did not include the duties and responsibilities of our committee. Now, the only and not to move forward, but the only other change that we had to what we made currently would be the charter update and review section. The duties and responsibilities stayed the same. So we just took from what we had from the duties and responsibilities of the last charter and added that to this. We did not make any changes to the duties and responsibilities. We do the same exact thing that we are founded up under. And looking at the charter update and review, this is a new section that we had. The charter that I didn't see before had a portion of it, but we just made it more succinct, saying that in August of each committee year, the chair should appoint a subcommittee led by the vice chair to review the Audit and Finance Committee charter. The subcommittee should consist of a third, 33.3%, or at least 3 of the members of the subcommittee. The subcommittee will be charged to review the charter for any changes or updates, present the changes as information at the September Audit and Finance meeting, and present as an action at the October Audit and Finance meeting. Following the vote of the committee, the recommended update shall be sent to the Board of Trustees for final approval. The changes to the charter will take effect subsequent to the, and I should say to the November following the subsequent to the November following the annual appointment of the chair. So this should actually, the last line should say the changes of the charter will take effect the subsequent to the annual appointment of the chair in November. That's what it should say. And I'm gonna read that last line after I put this in. All right, so the last line says the changes to the charter will take effect subsequent to the annual appointment of the chair in November. So that will be the way that any type of updates or reviews take place with the new charter. What do you think of that?
I think it's a much better process than what we've been following. And I definitely think starting in August is a good time. And then that way it goes into effect when you get the new chair. So logically, it makes sense.
Okay. So moving forward will be the duties and responsibilities of the committee. And I think we should just go ahead and read this. It's about a half a page, a page and a half.
Mr. Calhoun, do you have the ability to share?
Yeah, let me do that.
Or either send me a copy of what you're.
Yeah, I will do that right now. I don't know. Is Maggie in there? Could you give me the ability to share?
Ms. Carlin, this is posted on
It was sent to all of the Audit and Finance Committee members' email addresses today, because we just finalized it like 30 minutes before the meeting started.
But the original
Well, I did.
charter in this language should be on our website.
I'm not sure if it's on the website or not. Let me check.
It's two versions on the website. So I would think we should just go ahead and let me share it now. And then
Okay. Then we just clean it up. Right.
I got it. Thank you. All right. So as we see it now, the duties and can y'all see that? The duties and responsibilities?
Yes.
All right. So duties and responsibilities. The duties and responsibilities of the Audit and Finance Committee include the following: finance focus, recommend policies that maintain and improve financial health and integrity of the organization, i.e. balance sheet strength, use of debt, fund balance targets, maintain and improve credit ratings, revenue generation from taxation, etc. Review and recommend a long-range financial plan for the organization. Review and recommend an annual operation budget and annual capital budget consistent with long-range financial plan and financial policies. At the board's request, we review the financial aspects of major proposed transactions, new programs and services, as well as proposals to discontinue programs or services, and make action recommendations to the board. Monitor the financial performance of the organization as a whole against approved budgets, long-term trends, and any district established benchmarks. Require and monitor corrective actions to bring the organization into compliance with its budget and other financial targets. Review the selection of and work product of independent financial advisors, bond counsel, and managers as needed. Review significant accounting and reporting issues, including complex or unusual transactions in highly judgmental areas and recent professional and regulatory pronouncements, and understand their impact on financial statements. So that would be our financial focus. Our external audit focus would be review the performance of the external auditors and recommend to the board the appointments of discharge of the auditors. Meet with the external auditors prior to the commencement of the audit to review the engagement letter and understand the scope and approach to the audit. Review and discuss with the external auditor any risk assessments of the district's fiscal operations as part of the auditor's responsibility under governmental auditing standards, which, Ms. Stamp, that's what you were talking about earlier. So you're directly on it. Receive and review this draft annual audit report and accompanying draft management letter, including the external auditor's assessment of the district's systems of internal controls. Review significant changes in accounting principles and any significant disagreements between management and the external auditors. Make a recommendation to the board on accepting the annual audit report. Review corrective action plans developed by the district to correct deficiencies identified by the external auditor. And that would be our external audit focus. Now with our internal audit focus, we will say, review and recommend changes to the internal audit charter. Make recommendations to the board regarding the appointment of an external accounting or audit firm to serve as an internal audit function and to conduct periodic risk assessments. Now, the only thing I will add to that would be a footnote to the internal audit charter. And I think that will go towards the that charter and add a footnote to that as well. Moving to the internal audit provider will under contract. Develop flexible annual audit plans using an appropriate risk-based methodology, including any risk or control concerns identified. That should be by management. So I'm gonna change that by management and submit plans to Audit and Finance Committee for review and approval. Supply professional audit staff with sufficient knowledge, skills, experience, and professional certifications to meet the requirements of this charter. ensure that high-risk areas identified by audit firms and key control activities by periodically evaluated and tested. Review significant recommendations and findings of the contracted internal auditor. And lastly, monitor management's implementation of the auditor's recommendations.
So who does the the district's internal auditor report to?
So we no longer have an internal audit office. I was looking at that internal audit charter, and I believe that needs to say internal audit plan, which is something that we schedule with other offices, to let them know ahead of time if there's going to be an audit in their area.
I know, but where does the internal audit function lie? Is there there's a whole section in this charter, but where's the district's internal audit function? Where does that function lie?
It is now contracted out. It's no longer internally a department within the school district or an office within the school district.
Okay. So,
and who's responsible for contracting and finding the internal audit?
Well, we use multiple firms right now.
No, but I mean, is it your office that initiates this, or is that a function of the board that initiates the internal audit?
It's a combined responsibility of the CFO as well as the audit and finance chair. And I'm sorry, and the superintendent. I'm sorry, Ms. Huggins.
Is that not a conflict? The internal audit function should be independent.
We responded to that. I don't know if that's considered a conflict or not. We can look into that again.
Well, most internal audits functions should be independent. So it sounds to me like that should be a function of the board and not within the CFO's area. It's just in my experience, I've not seen that type of structure for an internal audit. That's all I'm saying.
It's often the internal audit has sort of two lines of responsibility communicate. Sometimes it's a dotted line, but generally somebody on the staff has to be responsible for running the process because the board members don't have a day-to-day. They're not there every day to answer the phone. So there's two lines. So yes, they should have
it.
But whoever it is should be independent of, say, the CFO's office or any major portion of the operation. That's all I'm saying. But I guess
I'm just seeing it. I think since this department no longer exists within the district, as to this committee's responsibility, it's almost, and Mr. Calhoun, you can correct me, as if we can take this whole internal audit focus out. I mean, we already have the power within the external, and if you're bringing in independent, that would follow under an independent. Am I wrong? Am I missing something?
Well, I think the district should reassess eliminating an internal audit function. I think that's a critical function for a district this size. I think that's a critical function. So to eliminate it, your external auditors are coming in only periodically. The function of an internal audit staff is an ongoing review of your operation. So to eliminate it, I think weakens your internal controls. And
Ms. Stamp, thank you so much for your input. I mean, I really appreciate it, but can we involve Mr. Kennedy in this discussion maybe tomorrow or the next day? Because I don't agree with eliminating the external audit focus in our charter, but I do understand what Ms. Stamp is saying.
So do we make any changes to the internal audit provider, well, under contract list, or even the internal audit focus? Do we make any changes to that?
I just think Mr. Kennedy has the historical background more so than I do. I mean, I've done the work, but he actually oversaw it as not only CFO, but superintendent. And I would really like to get him, if you wouldn't mind, I'd really like to hear him weigh in on what he thinks about this area as far as removing it. I don't recommend we just remove it from the charter.
Yeah. Okay, so let's table this part and let's move to the compliance focus. And again, if anybody has any other further input, let us know. So with the compliance focus, we look at the review, we look to review the effectiveness of the systems for monitoring compliance with laws and regulations and the results of management's investigations and follow-up of any instances of non-compliance. Review the findings of any examinations by regulatory agencies and any auditor observations. Obtain regular updates from management and district legal counsel regarding compliance matters. Under other responsibilities, we perform other activities related to the charter as requested by the board, institute and oversee special investigations as needed, regularly report to the board about committee activities, issues, and related recommendations, evaluate the committee's performance of on an annual basis. And then following that would be the suggested audit and finance committee's recurrent agenda topics by month. The standing items that we have would be the audit and finance would be in the monthly financial report, monthly capital projects report, as well as the regulatory reviews if needed as received. In January, what we should be doing would be the audit and finance, under audit and finance being the update on progress towards annual budget, audit plan submitted for approval, annual review of audit and finance committee charter, discuss multi-year budget, as well as with the board looking at update on the budget process and present multi-year budget. I do foresee some of this changing with our change in superintendents over recent months. So over the next few months or so, Ms. Huggins, as you sitting in a superintendent seat, you should be looking at where we should be making some of these changes, as we initially were looking to change our budget process up by a few months. So we can talk about that in the coming days or so, or coming months or so. In February, audit and finance update on progress towards annual budget. March, audit and finance evaluate performance of internal audit function, discussion of their enrollment count, discuss multi-year budget, and then the IT steering committee quarterly report. In April, we were to update on progress towards annual budget, update on teacher contracts due date, approves SWMBE utilization plan, discuss risk assessment and annual audit plan, ANF input and plan development with the board's first reading of annual budget. Again, like I said, we wanted to have that pushed up even further. In May, the Audit and Finance Committee would present second reading of annual budget, discussion of 135-day enrollment counts, as well as discuss multi-year budget with the board, with having the public hearing of the budget and second reading of the annual budget. Finally, and the only thing with this, we don't have June and July in this, but because usually we're not doing much during that time period, but going back into August, we will have the audit and finance fall tax anticipation, receives SWMBE report for prior fiscal year. September, the IT steering committee's quarterly reports. October, we will have the report and annual budget calendar, give budget assumptions, discuss upcoming committee membership renewals, as well as the board present budget calendar and assumptions. November will be the update on budget committee and budget process, receive draft of external audit results, as we just did today, as well as the board will present external audit, which we'll be doing next week. In December, we will do the discussion of 45-day enrollment counts. And then lastly, lastly would be Mr. Duke's IT Steering Committee quarterly report in December.
Ms. Carlin, in reviewing the October and November milestones on the report, is there anything that you see that may need to be extended into different months, you know, based upon what's been happening historically on your ability to produce some of these reports?
I did move the discussion of the 45-day enrollment. I believe that used to be in November. I did move that to December because the last couple of years we've presented it in December. But other than that, I feel pretty good about these other dates as it relates to the budget. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Ms. Huggins, what do you believe about this activity report?
Mr. Calhoun, thank you for asking and seeking input. To me, that all seems very reasonable and on par.
So from what we're looking at right now, the only part that we're in flux about would be the internal audit focus. Would anybody else on the committee like to make any type of recommendations for this part?
Ms. Stamp, this has been, you know, one of these processes we've been working hard over the last year. Would you be amenable for us just to, you know, leave the changes as Mr. Calhoun has put in place, you know, and we'll take the internal audit to a discussion at a later date?
That's fine. I guess my point is just that I believe the district should have an internal audit process and just where that function lies. So that's where my concern is, that you should, the responsibility for auditing yourself, auditing somebody should not be yourself, you know, because I'm going to make sure that if I audit myself, I'm coming out looking like roses. So
because I think, you
it
know,
should just be some segregation of duties when you talk about an internal audit function. That's just my point.
And I think the way Mr. Calhoun has this drafted with the committee going forward with the charter reviews in the future, you know, this obviously helps us to look at an issue like you're bringing up at a much earlier date, and then we can get more input on your part. I take my hat off to Mr. Calhoun in taking on this project and coming up with this, because I know how difficult it was when we first started it back in January in the discussions. But it definitely helps to have someone with your expertise, you know, to weigh in on this. But I think at this point, I think it's behooving on the committee to get this version up in front of the board, and then we can start addressing other issues as we move forward. Any other further discussions on the charter or how we should proceed, Mr. Calhoun?
No, I think we are in a good space, and also we have something that we can work on over the next couple months to put forward for the next review as far as with the internal audit. And we have enough time to be able to get, even if we have to bring somebody else in and do other things, as far as the internal audit focus, I think we're in a good place to be able to do that now.
So just to be clear, maybe redundant, but we're going to leave the wording as it is, and we'll seek to amend it in the future as we have more time. That all makes sense. Your plan makes sense to me.
Mm. Yep. So the only other changes I would see be made towards the board would be the dates, as far as like the updated date being 11/6/2023, which is today, as well as within the headers being the board approved 1/24/2022 being pushed over to being changed.
Today is the 7th.
Today is the 7th. Yes. I have no idea what days are anymore. But yes, well, we changed the dates over. And then once the board is board approved, then we make those changes over. All right. So that's all I have, Mr. Grabowski.
Excellent. So I would like to, any further questions? Hearing none, I'd like to make a motion to recommend to move this motion on for approval to the board for the updated charter as presented and corrected through our discussion today. I have a second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, the motion to recommend passes and the updated charter is presented up to the board for recommendation. I know this has been a long, and we haven't even started the information. I probably would recommend if everybody wants to take like a 5-minute stand-up break. For those attending online, I think I'd like to make.
Unfortunately, Mr. Jabrowski, I have to drop. I have another commitment. I had no idea we would extend this long.
I appreciate you being around for the action items. I think they're much more important than anything else. I mean, the information items are always informational, but the action items definitely, Ms. Stamp, I do appreciate it all the time. And I would say that to any member, that needs or has other obligations, because this was a long meeting. And some of the audit report was obviously very, very important. And I think these action items, needed to be discussed and move forward. So with that being said, I'd like to make a motion to move into recess for about 5 minutes. So everybody can stand. Mr. Calhoun, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Mr. Duke, are you there? Like the motion, make a motion to reconvene and go back into general session. I don't think I need a vote. We're back. I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda to move item 5A up to above the information items 4 so that we can go into executive session. So I'd be moving 5 and 5, 6, and 7 above. I guess it better be to move 4 to behind 7. How's that work? So we'll move item 4 to be behind item 7 on the agenda.
Okay.
Right after 8. Move 4 to 8.
Right. So with this, we will need a super majority of the board to make this, super majority of the committee to do it. So how many do we have on right now?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we only lost Miss Stamp.
Okay. So we would need 3 out of the 5 to vote for amendment of the agenda.
Correct.
I'll second your motion.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any nays? No. Great. The other item I would like to make before we leave is to remove item 4B from the agenda. That's the fixed cost of ownership. From talking with Mr. Bowery, we just feel that that one, given the late evening, needs a lot more time. So I'd like to move that item over to December.
Second.
Awesome.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All against, nay. With that being said, I would like to make a motion to convene into executive session to discuss the constituent District 4 stadium contractual matter and constituent District 9 contractual matter.
Prior to that, I think we can, I would like to initiate a motion to remove H and I as well. I think this is something that we can push over to December as well.
I agree with you. I agree with you wholly. And I think that was discussed last night too. So I think you're right.
So I'll make a motion to remove items H and I, 4H and 4I, and postpone it to December.
Correct.
Second.
So let me get this straight. Oh, so we're moving over to December items 4B, 4H, and 4I.
Yes.
I seconded that.
All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Excellent. We've shortened the meeting. So with that being said, then I would like to make a motion to convene into executive session to discuss constituent District 4 stadium contractual matters and constituent District 9 contractual matters. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay? Hearing none, we are in executive session. And we anticipate this will take about 10 minutes.
I move to go into open session.
We are we you got it. Good.
Yep.
We are back into open session.
We got to go into it. So I move to go into open session.
Do I have a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Nay, not hearing any. We are back into open session. Moving on to item 8A, for possible action of executive session to the board. I would like to make a motion to recommend item 8A, the constituent district for stadium contractual matter for consideration by the board in executive session. Have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed? Say nay. The motion passes. On to item 8B, I'd like to make a motion for possible action in executive session by the board of item 8B, which is constituent district 9 contractual matter. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All against, say nay.
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 The motion passes. Note that it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yays to 1 nay.
No, it's 2 nays.
2 nays, 2 nays.
2 nays.
So Stephen, got it.
Mhm.
Excuse me? Oh, for A, it was unanimous. And as I understand the vote count, it's 3-2, so the motion passes. Okay, and we now move back to our information items. All right. Thank you very much. Item 4A, which is the annual underutilized property report.
So this is a report that we bring forward to the board annually. This is just concerning the district policy DN, and it establishes the basic structure for how we sell real estate. This is what we consider our surplus property list. We have slowly dwindled this property list down over past several years. We've actually liquidated 4 properties that remained on the surplus property list for numerous years with a savings of approximately $400,000 annually to the district by liquidating those properties. I can tell you that this list is pretty much going to stay pretty much like it is. There'll be a few changes. Moving forward, there are not many properties that we will be liquidating without some great consideration of future growth and development.
If I could add one thing to that, because I know you all are very concerned about funding. So as Ms. Barnett mentioned, when a property comes off this list, the money we save, we turn that back in. So it's part of the budget process. We don't just hang on to those funds. When we do our puts and takes on the budget every year, that increase to the budget balance comes back.
Any questions from the committee?
Yes. So Ms. Barori, so when we did the budget for this current fiscal year, any properties or anything that we had that went over last year went into this upcoming budget, if I'm understanding that correctly?
So as an example, early part of last year, we disposed of the McClellanville Middle School property. When we worked the budget that you all approved in June, we subtracted the funding that was used on that campus, which may have been $50,000 a year, something in that range. So when we put that back, obviously we had growth in the district with other facilities. So it went toward the puts and takes. Lincoln was right at the timeline. So Lincoln may not show up until this upcoming budget, the reduction in support that we have out there.
All right. So do we have a list of what properties that we are looking at over the next year for this upcoming budget process?
We really do not have any that we are liquidating this year. It's currently, all of the properties that are on this property list right now are currently either being leased, used by CCSD, or we're land banking them, which right now with the Charleston market, that's why I'm saying we have to be very careful now about what we start to liquidate, because as pockets of area grow, we may not ever be able to get a piece of property there. So I think we have to be strategic with what we have left. I mean, if you look at the old C.E. Williams Middle School site, that's in West Ashley. There could be growth. We need to land bank it at this point in time. So we just have to be really strategic now when we're looking at the remaining properties we have.
Right. And my last question, are we up to date on our strategic plan for our properties?
We pretty much are definitely up to date. I mean, we're starting now, of course, to, work on the next phase of the capital program. So those will all be discussions that we really look at in depth as we move forward, even in looking at acquisitions. So that'd be a great discussion coming up soon.
Yeah, if I can just add to your point, Mr. Calhoun, as we look ahead, probably in the next 2 years, the 3 properties will have to determine the long-term disposition include, as you pointed out earlier, the main part of Garrett when Morningside moves out. If the board moves forward with the Hunley Park Lambs consolidation, we'll have Hunley Park for consideration. And we still have a decision to make on James Island at the former James Island Middle Campus. So we do have 3 facilities that in the next couple of years will be coming to the board with a recommendation on disposition, either repurposing them or demolishing facilities. There'll be something that'll happen at those 3 campuses.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Hearing none, I think we'll move on to item 4C, the monthly capital project report. Ms. Costello.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman Grabowski, committee members, and Acting Superintendent Huggins. I'd like to present the September capital projects report, please. The revenue collections for the month were $468,000 below the cash flow model projections based on the most recent collections with a 2% growth over the prior year. The expenditures for the 2010 through 2016 program were $20,000. The expenditures for the 2017 through 2022 program were $2.0 million. The expenditures for the 2023 through 2028 program were $9 million. The expenditures for the 2023 through 2028 capital program funded by long-term debt were $375,000. The fixed cost of ownership fiscal year 23 program is nearing its completion, and fixed cost of ownership 24 has been underway. I'm happy to answer any questions anyone might have.
Any questions from the committee? Can you go over the first part of your presentation?
The revenues?
The revenue, yeah.
So the most recent revenue collections, which are the August sales tax collections, were $468,795 below our projection for our model.
So 460,000.
468, almost 69, 469,000. And that is the 6th month that it's been below the projection.
So Ms. Carlin, do we have a 6-month total on what it is?
I have, are you asking below the projection?
Below the projections.
Yes, from the collections beginning in January of 2023 through August, the total is $755,181 below the projection.
So this is picked up. Or this is going back to probably what, August?
These were August.
Yeah, these
sales
were
tax
August numbers, which, yeah,
yes.
that's what
yes.
we all heard about, was the bad August. So, hopefully, since we all had a better September, we won't be hearing this again. But I'm glad to hear that. I'm not glad, but still that the total amount is only $750,000. But it's still on our revenue based on our projections. We're just under $1 million coming into, and that would have been on the first 6 months, and then we were on a positive all the way up into that point. 2 months positive, yeah. Any further questions from the committee? Thank you very much. Sorry, I had to stick around. We need to move for a report. Okay. We'll move on to item 4D, monthly financial report.
Yes, thank you. So this,
Starling.
thank you, sir. So this report looks a little differently than our prior monthly financial updates. And the reason being is because the first part of the fiscal year, normally September, October, and November, we don't have a lot to report back yet because revenues are just starting to come in with local taxes as well as state revenues. So what we do is we do a comparison of this year compared to last year, same time frame. So for example, for September, we've got, the first column is our FY 2024 board approved budget. And then the next two columns are actuals from September of 2023 versus September of 2022. And we compare this for revenues as well as expenditures just to, one, to tell a story of where we are right now, but to also explain any huge dips or huge variances. You'll continue to see this report in October as well as November. So looking at this for right now, we are, the way that the revenues are coming in right now, we're down about $1.3 million. Nothing is wrong. It's just the timing of receiving some local tax revenues as well as some state revenues, but nothing, we're not showing anything is wrong at this point or, at this. On expenditures, we are higher in expenditures this year compared to last year, and that's mostly due to salaries and benefits. And of course, that's tied back to the $5,000 teacher salary increase with a step, as well as the 2.5% cost of living adjustment plus a step for all of our classified staff and administrators. You'll notice under other objects, we are about $2 million over this year compared to last year. This number is actually going to go down because this is part of the legal settlement that we talked about earlier on the fiscal year 23 financial audit, or that where we recorded it in FY 24, and we actually are going to record it back to FY 23. But the timing of when we found that and the timing of this report, so this will be cleaned up on the November report. Other than that, things appear to be going very well, and we'll continue to update Audit and Finance Committee as well as the board in the next coming months. We'll actually have our first financial update where we project through year end. That'll be on our December 2023 report, which we will present in February, but we will continue to update the board. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? I think the biggest one is still going back to looking at the 15% on the benefits. So is there an adjustment at some point where we now pretty much know what our benefits are hitting us, or what do we anticipate like in December and January before you can get to your projection for year end?
Okay, so that's twofold. So where we are right now for our fiscal year 24, we have encumbrances that we can project out for payroll and benefits to take us through year end. And I just started looking at that for, I've started working on the October update now. And we are currently, the way that it's looking, we are within budget, but we also have some vacancies that have to be, be taken in consideration as well. And so once the December financial update is presented, we'll be able to see or show exactly where we're going to end, not only on salaries and benefits, but all of the other expenditure items as well.
Excellent. Any other questions of the committee? Hearing none, thank you very much. We will move on. Oh, geez, I'm out.
You're fine.
We're on to item 4E, the ESSER update.
Sir, thank you. So this is the ESSER 1, 2, and 3 update as of September 2023. I'm happy to report that we have expended and reconciled all of our ESSER 2 funds. So you'll see over to the far right, the reimbursed to date is $72.6 million, which is exactly what the amount was for our spending plan. And all of this has been reimbursed back to the school district. So for ESSER 3, the FY24 expenditures to date are approximately $7 million. And we have close to $26.7 million that's currently encumbered, giving us a remaining balance of about $50 million. These numbers do not include the ESSER bonus. That will be on the November update. But we have been reimbursed to date about $80.3 million. And this includes not only what we've spent for FY24, but what was spent in FY22 and 23. But like I said, these numbers do not include the amendment for the $5,000 teacher bonus. Also in this report, we have a new ESSER 1, 2, and 3 report where you can see our spend by object. If you'll take a look at the ESSER 1, I know this is old information, but we at least wanted to give you something to compare by. So for ESSER 1, our total spend was about $13.4 million. And as you can see, 32% of that, or $4.3 million, was in salaries and benefits. And approximately $3.9 million, or 29%, was in purchase services. $3.2 million, or 24%, was in supplies. And capital outlay was about 3%, or $372,000. And then lastly, our transfers, which makes up about 12% of our expenditures, was about $1.6 million. And so when you look over at ESSER 2, salaries and benefits made up about 58% of this budget at $42.3 million. Purchase services made up about $17.2 million at 24%. Supplies, $3.4 million at 5%. Other objects at $13,600, that was 0%. And then lastly, our transfers were about $9.8 million at 13%. And so far, looking at ESSER 3, based upon what we know right now with our payroll encumbrances as well as benefits, we're looking at about spending $28 million for salaries and benefits at 32%. And then purchase services at $31.6 million, or 37%. Supplies at $7.5 million, or 9%. And then lastly, transfers at $19.3 million, or 22%. So we just kind of wanted to show you an overall view of these expenditures by object. This was something that several Audit and Finance Committee members had asked about. So we were finally able to pull this together. And you'll start seeing this report for ESSER 3 on a monthly basis until the fund sunsets. Any questions or concerns?
Any questions of the committee? Mr. Kennedy's not here, and I had a bunch of questions for him. So Ms. Huggins, you're going to have to bear the brunt of this.
I'll take notes from Mr. Kennedy and collect on that tomorrow.
Yeah. Ms. Carlin, I definitely I appreciate it. The way that you've laid out the ESSER 2, ESSER 1 and ESSER 3 by category. I think my only concern, this goes back to the original plans and what the original missions were between ESSER 2 and ESSER 3. And, I can see that one was salary heavy, and then we go to ESSER 3. I mean, ESSER 2 was salary heavy, and then we go to ESSer 3, and it looks like we were more contractual heavy. But that could easily be, mission difference and, mission parameters.
It is, and I'm prepared to talk about that if you need more information.
Well, I think it's going to be, since we've already done the great work of closing out ESSER 1 and 2, I think the main focus should always be from now on to, ESSER 3. I think these documents are great for reference, but I think the big one that we're going to be looking for is this ESSER 3. And I think really the update, has to come down to is, as I mentioned last night, I think it behooves us that at every presentation, when we start talking about impact, that we start showing what the true costs of the impact. I mean, one thing that's very frustrating when I see these reports is that they're these big general numbers. And so I know that we're melting, especially when we go on the authenticity, we're melting in authenticity across the district. And sometimes I think we're missing out as to exactly, if we don't start reporting school performance, and I don't know how you do it, in the sense of the sensitivity of the information, which I think is is obviously something we have to take into account. But it just seems so difficult sometimes when you're looking at, somebody comes in and says, well, our test scores are way up because we're doing this. And you're looking at them and you're going like, no, I'm a logical person. Don't tell me that, because I can look and tell you, go to different schools and say, why is this school doing so good? Like Morningside, I love listening to that principal come in and talk, but then how much of to get that kind of success is it really truly costing us? And that's the thing that I struggle every time I look at ESSER, and especially, when we talk about some vendors costing us this, some vendors costing that, and it gets to that delicate situation to cost per child. I mean, what is the true cost per child, and how much are we relying on ESSER to get them to perform to those duties? And I know it's a sensitive issue, but at some point, I don't know whether you do it in executive session, but as we go into the budget, it's critical to know. And it just seems like every time we do the presentations, we don't have the numbers. And Ms. Carlin, this is not, I'm just saying, but as a board member, and Mr. Calhoun, you can pipe in whenever you feel it. As a board member, I feel this frustration of really not understanding, the impact of ESSER and what we really need to sustain. So that's why I think, the committee that you started, the more information we can get, the sooner.
So thank you for that, Mr. Grabowski. We've discussed this at length today in cabinet. We have prepared an impact report that I'll present to the Board of Trustees on Monday that I think I've already shared with you and Mr. Calhoun a bit back, that will categorize key initiatives that all principals want to sustain in addition to department leaders. It will indicate how this aligns with our district goals, what the cost is for the expenditure, whether it be a person or a program. It will discuss, most importantly, the data that supports continuation of the initiative. And then what will happen next after those are collected from schools and department leaders prior to winter break is the proposed timeline. We haven't formalized that yet. A committee will take a look at what principals are requesting. We'll gauge how to prioritize the funding with a rubric. And then there's the potential of it perhaps going through another screening process. Ms. Carlin and her team will be part of, although it's largely an academic issue, Mrs. Carlin and her team will be part of that to help prioritize based on return on investment and what you just suggested. How much is this costing per student? And are we seeing the significant gains that we would anticipate given the cost, so that we can then make an informed decision to the board about what we want to continue as we move forward in the budget. We're not going to bring our intent is not to bring a hodgepodge of things to the board and say, okay, you all select what our intent, right? Our intent is to make informed decisions at our level over the course of the next 2 months as we enter into the budget process to determine what things are sustained, using a very scientific a process as we can outline. Again, I think we shared that with you and Mr. Calhoun earlier, but I'm prepared on Monday to present that to the entire board in open session so the public can also know and hold us accountable for doing so.
Yes, I completely agree.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think this should be led through the academic arm of the district for you all telling us which ones, and that's where we are basically at the mercy of the impact reports. Because as you know, we've been asking for impact reports, what has been working and how do we begin to plan for the long term of how to sustain these programs that we know have been working to increase our test numbers as well as our student achievement numbers. So yes, we have to wait for these impact reports in order for us to move forward. But then within that, I don't believe you should present us a hodgepodge and have us pick. That we're not experts in this. I am an academic, but I don't know the academics that y'all are a part of. I am higher ed. So we are at the mercy of y'all to tell us where are we, what are the programs that are having the greatest impacts on our students, and how can we see those merged across the entire district so all of our students can see the impacts from that same, be it a CBO or an academic program or a contract that we have somewhere else. So we're anxious. I guess I can have Mr. Grabowski agree with me with this. I anxiously await for those impact reports so we can start moving forward and start getting ready for this upcoming budget that we have.
Thank you for that, Mr. Calhoun. I sense that urgency before now, but certainly at the board last night when so many questions surfaced as part of the wellness initiatives that Mrs. Allison presented and the restorative practices. We've made that a priority discussion in cabinet this morning. And as I indicated, I will outline for the board on Monday I will show an example of an impact report and exactly what we're doing. So there are no more questions about that. We are actually trying to do this for everything. So Lisa will work with Michelle Simmons, for example, to prioritize in her area what things have the most return on investment and what beyond ESSER she feels is essential to sustain so that we can continue to serve kids. And then we'll bring that recommendation after we vetted it again through a committee of leaders, members of Ms. Carlin's team. We will then bring those recommendations as part of the budget process. So in the spirit of transparency, I will make sure the entire board understands that on Monday, working now with Mrs. Denny to put together the presentation. So I appreciate your support in that, and you're acknowledging that the academic folks are key to making those recommendations to the board.
Yeah, because it's going to be critical that we get ahead of this for a lot of reasons. I mean, and I'm sure if Mr. Brigman was here, he'd be all over it because we just know, and everybody knows that there's going to be a reorganization at some point. So I appreciate that you getting it to the board. I think that will answer a lot of questions. It's a weird month having, these 3 meetings set up the way they are, but it is what it is. And then it'll give us time to really digest it. And then we'll start running on December, and then that'll give us something for January.
Sure. At the end, we have another priority meeting tomorrow on the same topic. I hope at that point we'll have developed a timeline for when we're going to collect all the impact surveys, when the committee will meet, and when they will make recommendations, because we are at a pivotal point now with Mrs. Carlin's leadership. She's excited to launch the budget process earlier than ever before. And so we know that she's anxious for this information from our teams. And so we're working collaboratively with her to make sure we can meet her expectations.
Any further questions from the committee? Good. We will move on to 4F, which is the budget milestone calendar proposal.
Yes, sir. Thank you again.
Ms. Carlin.
So this is our FY25 budget milestone calendar proposal. This memo does not reflect the full budget development timeline. It's only the major milestones that are going to impact cabinet as well as Audit and Finance Committee, Committee of the Whole, and the board. What we tried to do is structure this a little differently this year and give you some idea of what will be presented when. Like, for example, for today, we've got the FY23 preliminary financial audit update, the financial report for September, and then of course we're presenting the budget milestone calendar overview. We are proposing 4 different budget workshops this year that will take place if approved at the Committee of the Whole meetings on February 12th, March 11th, and April 15th, and then May 15th if needed. It seemed like 3 budget workshops last year was not enough, and I just wanted to put a 4th one in there. And of course, if we need to put more, we will definitely work with that. But the only other key dates that we are striving for is to adopt the first reading of the budget on May 20th at the board meeting. And then to adopt the second reading of the budget with Audit and Finance Committee on June 4th, and then the actual adoption of the final reading with the board on their June 24th meeting. And so
it seems like close again.
And they may be, and as we start working through
I'm
this, we
hoping
may
that
have
we
to-
could be doing this in May.
Well, and as we work through this, these dates can be
Could be moved
modified.
back,
That's why we leave it in a draft format, because it's very, very flexible.
Got it.
So, thank you.
Because that's definitely the goal would be to move all this back a month, at least as, the April, May, June areas.
I think we'll be able to move the second reading back to May, probably next year after we get through these ESSER conversations. So.
Excellent. Any further questions from the committee? Hearing none, we will move on to item 4G, which is a discussion of the payroll processing and contract start dates.
Yes.
I think this was brought in concern, Ms. Carlin, by the chairman.
Yes, and I would like to introduce, we have Margaret Razor on the call with us, on Zoom with us. She's our Director of Payroll and Insurance Services. She can answer the critical payroll questions that I cannot answer. And she actually, her and her staff helped me put together all of this data for Audit and Finance Committee. So I want to
If
talk.
you could hold up for a second.
Sure.
Chairman McKinney, are you there?
Oh, I didn't see her.
Indeed, I am. I have not left.
Excellent. I knew you've been waiting for this.
Okay. All right. So, as you know, we run a semi-monthly payroll twice a month on the 15th and the 30th. And in each one of those payrolls, we pay approximately 5,000 employees. We have 24 pay periods in a fiscal year. We do not fluctuate with that. When you're hired and you're hired on time and you serve your full contract, you are going to get 24 pay periods. And because of this, we established a time and attendance period for all of our employees to follow. Margaret and I are all about consistent pay practices. You'll hear that a lot from us. So regardless if you're paid as a salary or an hourly employee, if you're a 9-month, 10-month, 11-month, or a 12-month employee, we consistently follow the same time and attendance schedule or time and attendance periods. When schools and offices are closed for Thanksgiving, winter break, spring break, our staff continues to get paid at the same rate, and this is due to holdback pay. I won't get into all that, but that holdback pay is what allows the 24 pays to be consistent across the board, regardless if employees are working or not. This is not a new practice. Correct me if I'm wrong, Margaret, but I think this was put into play back in 2017.
Yeah, right when we started the automated timekeeping system, correct. Mm-hmm.
And so this is not a new practice, but we did have some questions that came up this year. We had a group of, I believe it was teachers as well as other employees that, and I'll just throw out a prospective hire date of, let's say they were hired after their original contract date and they were hired on August 23rd. Well, because of the timing of our time and attendance schedule, They did not receive their first paycheck until September 29th, which was a 5-week gap. And that created a lot of concern from those staff members. They said that they weren't aware of this until they attended orientation, and they were quite surprised and quite shocked, and I can understand why. But one of the reasons that it went from normally it's about 4 weeks, but because we have a few time periods on the time and attendance schedule that include 3 weeks of pay, this impacted that group that started a little bit late. And so what I asked Ms. Razor to do was to look at other school districts that pay on a semi-monthly basis, and to also look and see if maybe there's something in our time and attendance schedule that needs to be adjusted, that will not create this problem again as we move forward. We didn't have a problem last year or the year before, but I want to say it was about 3 years ago where we had another group that just started late and realized they weren't going to get paid for about 5 weeks. And so with that, payroll staff had reached out to other districts to take a look at their payroll practices. And I won't go through all of these, but I'll just hit some high points, and Ms. Razor, feel free to jump in if you need to. Greenville County pays semi-monthly as well. They pay on the 15th and the 30th. Not all of their employees receive 24 paychecks per year. So what that tells me is they have different payrolls depending on whether you're a 9-month employee, 10-month, 11-month, or 12-month. Richland County, they pay semi-monthly, but some of their employees are paid monthly. So there again, they're not consistent like we are across the board, regardless of your position and regardless of the number of contract days you work. Spartanburg 7, their hourly employees are paid on a biweekly basis, and their exempt employees, which we call salaried employees, are paid on a monthly basis. I wouldn't recommend that. I don't think a lot of employees could handle financially being paid once a month. That would be a real hardship for our employees. And in Berkeley County, they didn't have a consistent pay practice like what we have either. And so with that being said, one of the things I had mentioned, not only to Mr. Brigman, our chief of HR, but Dr. Gallion, our prior superintendent, was how important it is to have these consistent pay practices. Once you start manipulating these pay screens, you start undoing an automated payroll process. Correct. And I'm sure you can imagine how dangerous that is when you start going in and manipulating data that automatically populates, because a lot of our employees are tied directly to a salary schedule. And so I don't know if I've done a good job of explaining, how we process our payroll, but this is not a new practice. We definitely have some options that we can look at to try to make those first few weeks when a teacher starts late not to be such a financial or a payroll impact on them. We can certainly look at that, but I believe for the most part, we have a very good payroll team and payroll processes in place. We don't have internal control issues in our payroll department. We really don't. We have some other issues, but not when it comes to actually payroll. And that says a lot, because if you ever look at other school districts, a lot of times they have problems with time and attendance. They have problems with payroll. And so I would just wanted to share that. Margaret, do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, thank you, Jackie. You explained it very well, and we open the floor to any questions that you all may have regarding our pay practices.
Any questions with the committee?
I will say no, but I will say that what happened in August and going into September, as I explained within the board email before, was just a perfect storm of everything coming together. It was honestly just that. It was a perfect storm, and it's something that could only happen every couple of years, and people just got caught up in it. But thank you, Margaret, and thank you, Jackie, for bringing us forward.
Yeah, from people I know that were involved in this, a lot of it was just the notification, and some of them for some reason felt they weren't going to get paid at all. So I just think I think this is one of those things we can figure out when it's going to happen. And it's almost like a leap year problem. And then we just have to, I think, go better job of informing people, that this is the way it is. Because how many people did it actually affect?
During that time period, I think there were a few during that time period is very peak hiring of teachers. I believe there were only a couple. I think there were about 13 teachers involved in those two new hire orientations, and the rest of the employees were other employee groups. So it impacts across the board, not just teachers, teacher assistants, food service workers. So it impacts all employee groups.
Great. Any further questions? Ms.
No,
Carlin?
but I would like to say thank you for the research. Thank you for the explanation. And I don't have anything to add to what Mr. Grabowski or Mr. Calhoun said. I think it's all spot on. It's giving people a heads up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not a problem. Not a problem.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you, Margaret. Have a good evening.
You too.
Thank you, Margaret.
Great. Moving on
Thank
to
you.
item 4J, the sales tax exemption on purchase services and materials.
Okay.
Ms. Carlin?
Thank you, sir, again. So this is some information that Board Chair McKinney brought to district staff that involves looking into and advocating for the modification of current state law to exempt school districts from paying sales tax for all purchase services and supplies. Sorry. It's late. And
where did I monetize it?
I'm not sure. Anyways, forgive me. So what we did is we tried to give an estimate based on fiscal year 23 of what we paid approximately in services and supplies. These are what we did is our accounting director took a look at objects that she knew would have sales tax applied to them. So not every single purchase service was looked at, or supply, but we came up with a price of about $57.2 million of what we paid. And then at the 9% rate, which is our Charleston County sales tax rate, if all of these invoices were taxed, which it's pretty sure that most of these invoices that she selected, or most of these objects she selected, would have a tax of 9%. That we probably paid approximately $4.7 million in sales tax. And so this is just a quick review of that. We could dig deeper in and really get a good number, but we were just trying to get a quick number for Board Chair McKinney. And so what we wanted to do was take a look and work with maybe Alice Paylor's group, which we've already reached out to them about this because one, we wanted to make sure it was legal. And they did say it is, and it's something they could look into further, but it's going to involve legislator support on this. And so basically we wanted to bring it to Audit and Finance Committee to see if this was something you wanted not only staff, but general counsel to pursue and see if we can move forward with trying to find out more information about this and try to possibly advocate for this. So it was presented as information only, but we just want to get some feedback on how Audit and Finance Committee was feeling about this.
Any questions from the committee? Mr. Calhoun?
I have no questions. Thank you.
I think it might be a little bit of a slippery slope. We start encouraging folks to give us a carve out from paying our tax. We don't want people to start getting carve outs like we already have problems with carve outs that affect our funding. So philosophically, I'm not sure it's the right tact.
I'm just shocked at how little I would have thought we paid purchase more. I'm surprised at the amount is as low as it is. And, but this is obviously a legislative and way above my pay grade. So I would leave it for the board, to see how they're going to want to pursue on this. Ms. McKinney.
I completely defer to Audit and Finance Committee. I feel obligated to obviously to respond to the other board chair that wrote me about this. And whether or not, and I'm happy to tell him that we are declining for the moment to be included in the effort, but we are considering it and will stay in touch. I mean, $4.7 million is not insignificant, but and I think it's something we can talk to our legislative delegation about when we have breakfast with them, like we referenced last night. This is not an agenda item I'm pushing. It's an agenda item I'm asking about, if that helps.
I definitely think it does. It's just not to get into war stories, but I remember borrowing 12 million from the state to fix a sinking ship, and trying to figure out why we were paying it back because we were enterprise agency, and one year we decided not to pay the tax or the premium, and they swiped in and took a lot of money out of my bank account. So whatever we do, I think we've got to do it legally, and I think this is the lobbyists, and obviously Ms. Carlin, I appreciate the amounts. I think that's very important because it is a lot of money. And, we are a school district, and I think if the legislators can push this through, it's something that we should actively look into. So I think Ms. McKinney Chairman McKinney's right as to her response to her letter.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. On to item 4A, which is lobbyist support for the 2024 legislative agenda. I think we discussed this last night.
We did discuss it. And what we're trying to do is, because we're in the midst of rescheduling for next month.
Right.
We just kind of want to put this on everyone's radar so that we can, start thinking about some things that we want to talk to the legislative group about in December.
Okay. Any questions from the committee? Duly noted.
Thank you, sir.
So let's go to items for the board meeting. So action items, 3A, the donation for the facility for Lucy Beckham High School. 3B, the 2023 capital programs, phase 5 sales tax capital maintenance budget reallocation. 3C, the Citizens Oversight Steering Committee, phase 4 sales tax program acknowledgement. And 3D, purchase contracts greater than 250,000. And 3E, the proposed committee charter. Sound good?
And then all the information items, the 2 presentations.
Right. So the information, since we did take some of them out, it would have been items 4A, the annual underutilized property report, item 4C, the monthly capital projects reports, item 4D, the monthly financial report, item 4E, the ESSER update, item 4F, the FY25 budget milestone calendar proposal. Item 4G, the discussion on payroll processing and contract start dates. Item 4J, the sales exemption on purchase services and materials. And item 4K, the lobbyist support for the 2024 legislative agenda.
Sir.
Our next meeting will be on December 5th, 2023 at 2:00. With that, we are adjourned for all those standing up and leaving. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you all. I appreciate it.
Have a good